Jensby.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As we start the up here. Council, before Matt Long steps up here, we'll go to our budget and forecast. A few things, just so everybody is on the same page. How the budget actually operates. So we essentially have 5 major funds within our budget. We have the general, the capital project equipment, and interest, and the special funds. As you can see, the general fund is primarily used for or funded by property tax. All the property taxes the city collects, the general funds, operations of the city, specifically department salaries associated with those. Capital projects are funds that are primarily funded by sales improvement projects, consolidated funds, have our utility funds. This fund is funded by bond and interest is special fund established and other revenues allocated funds costs of funds. So what that means is, for example, last meeting, and then of course we have special funds. Special thing falls into this. ARPA funds that all those what the funds are when we start talking about ever have.
Is this meeting being live streamed?
It is.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm going to call Matt up here.
I just have a question as Matt's getting set up. City Administrator Jensby, will we be able to get a printed copy of all the information that's been gone over tonight?
Yeah, you should have, oh no, you have printed slides for the presentation
Yes.
at the meeting, but yeah, we'll make sure.
Thank you.
Whoever wants them, just ask me and I'll necessarily printing copies.
Yeah, I want it.
So we have our evaluation notice. County. Those look at, essentially we're going to look at our budget. No levy. Due to factual. Not enough. Matt, I'm sorry, if I could jump in real quick. I do want to add that in preparation of a lot of this budget material, I had a lot of conversation with council members. And one of the things that he requested was that we really focus on seeing what we can do to reduce budget. So through my discussion with him, my discussions with Matt, Matt did a majority of the work on this, heavy lifting. But I think, as you'll see in the presentation here, happy with.
First, this form we see here, the clerk's office. What some counties are actually these would be full. Then again here, this the bottom half shows you the rates with regard to good, allow include a mill levy, of budget full tax rate. This is what when you adopt the budget, you're adopting the estimated rate. Higher than there are $17 actual. So here we're just going to look at the comparisons between. So after for 26, got to remember 27 budget. So that's why the total. That is not a bad number. Positive. Not. You saw there your new improvements, 26. Comparison of what the R&R rate was last year. Again, lesser, higher R&R rate, so less of a difference. Flat rate. So again, really just and the very bottom line there, that's just the value of one bill. So what? Basically, the difference. Value. I know this is hard to read, but you can see it up close. Essentially, this is what a general fund budget forecast. That is showing you what the revenues and expenditures change. The only two big things that we point out are going to be property tax. You see there that it's about dollars more than what was made for again revenue neutral rate, so it would be identical, nearly identical.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing we'll look at that is essentially unbalanced. Expenditure for budgeting purposes. Essentially, over fund balance. And the ability to spend up expenditure could potentially drop your considerably that up. Again, project for the, I'm not really going to get into the methodology. Expecting next year's budget going to well as not only your general fund revenue, which besides property tax, you're going to get better, like I say, you're going to get better information. But essentially for the purpose of, expenditures today generate investment. Put in a cash reserve this year. That has buffer in the various projects, funds. That we only get other ones. Both. The next one, and this is where I'm going to over brief because there's not. This is now we're looking at what is maintained. You see there that property tax. Change to cash reserve goes previous. $308 essentially that difference in here we have just a comparison. R&R mills dollar amount. Now,
Matt, can I ask you a question?
yeah, go ahead.
I want to make sure I heard you correctly. Could you repeat what you said about the gas reserve fund? Oh, I guess I missed what you said then. Okay.
I was talking about transferring to essentially that could also go into the reserve. Essentially that cash base.
Okay.
So
thank you. I was like, okay, here's something really
we're
different.
not talking about cash base. I'm talking about the fact that we don't use the full government gap. The way we carry money. We get getting but so basically the grand scheme that difference between a full or your saw from our forecast that we're not going to have on your reserves or on so reason that it's less of it other years because the relative through you know how much take advantage of I former irregularity here operating city R&R. 1 year from deal, years ago, well, I want to talk. First of all, you don't have electrical.
Speed. Mm-hmm.
So that gives you
Mm-hmm.
do it then. You can pass the resolution then to exceed. Whether you exceed, still we're not bound to that. You can still hear your you actually possibly exceeds it. You have to have the additional hearing and all rules and regs. But you can still exceed it and then come back from continuing decision. If you do not like this idea of hearing with R&R, I'd also like to do, if they are comfortable doing that, we'll have at that point have 6 months. Clearer picture. I'm very comfortable. At the second half, second big chunk. There's some things you don't really predict. You do use additional transfers.
I have a question on that. Sorry to interrupt you. That was voted on the people for the Arts and Business District intersection project, and there's 4 phases for that. We haven't even paid back phase 1 yet. And so why would that money begin to be put towards other potential costs for the city?
I mean, it would still be infrastructure.
But
That's not what was voted on.
So the sales tax is a general sales tax that was passed, earmarked for the intersection project.
yes.
Correct.
And there's only one phase of that has been complete.
Correct, which I've asked for phase 2 to
But-
be discussed.
Yeah, there has been no approval for any additional phases of that, which would, of course, have to be presented to council.
Correct.
And you would have to approve those.
Correct.
But I think
So-
that what we're saying is, at this point in the game, we need to, as a governing body, honor what was done to what the people voted for. And at that time, yes, there was only one phase, but what had been presented to the residents was a 4-phase project. And until that changes, or until the people have a chance to say that they want to change where that money goes, I think we as a governing body owe it to the residents to honor the spirit of the law, even though we understood that it was not the letter of the law, because the letter of the law said that if we wanted to have it earmarked only to something specific, we would have had to do a sunset type sales tax, which would only go for 10 years. And then after that 10 years, we would have to vote on it again and put the people through it. And we honored what the people spoke to and what we presented to them as how the sales tax would be spent.
Yeah, And you're correct, and those are decisions that the council as a whole would have to make for any future phases of that. What we are doing with the sales tax now is we are honoring that, and that is going directly to paying any debt for that intersection project. What happens after that, and that's a little bit what Matt's talking about, depending on the will of the council, we can use those funds for other infrastructure because it is a general sales tax. But we can't commit those to additional phases because those phases are just a pipe dream.
But that information is what was shared with the people of Kechi for the vote. I mean, if you go and look at what is on the city website, it indicates it was a multi-phase project with approving this 1% sales tax. And the 4 phases are clearly listed in the Arts and Business District Master Plan, which was approved by the governing body. So it's a discussion that needs to be had. So I'm assuming that we're keeping, I shouldn't say I'm assuming, are we keeping our sales tax portion, which is part of the whole county sales tax, are we keeping those dollars separated away from the Kechi 1%? Great.
What you essentially functionally have, it's deposited in, you receive it. Surplus. You can, this year, next year, budget. So, for argument's sake, it's not this much, get $1 million this year. Transfer. You want it not budget.
Mm-hmm.
Transfer all that. Next year, are to budget it.
We still have to pay for phase 1.
So-
Yeah.
What I'm saying is transferring it to.
Yeah, I understand.
your capital
So-
group
But,
budget when you-
but currently, that money is actually put in a specific line item fund. It's when it's received, we,
Well, yeah, it's in its own.
okay,
It's in its own line.
all right,
It's tracked separately from your
okay.
your other sales tax. We pulled out the full budget.
Thank you.
But again, allow me to just
Yes.
further
Yep.
talk about
Yep.
saying that your, when I say other, my point was that continuing to generate better revenue.
Mm-hmm.
So as that, you'll have the opportunity, future not.
Right.
now,
Yes.
whenever all these funds are paid off, you'll be able to that additional.
Great.
General fund go to.
Right.
You know, it's intended.
Yes.
That was all.
The vote information was that it was in perpetuity. So it did not have a sunset clause. Yes.
I'm not.
Yeah.
But because even though it has a.
Yes. Absolutely.
One of those things you did not. Seeing, you're bringing in more. And two, I see it. Sales tax. Sales tax.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure at this point, when you. Got it.
I do have a question. Because there was no June 9th meeting, we were supposed to have a budget workshop that was for capital budget, utility funds, and special revenue funds. Is that being rescheduled?
Yeah, we will have that, excuse me, in July.
Yeah, we can do that.
Mhm.
I don't think it's gonna take too much time. We can do that.
Okay, so you're saying that we're going to be having a budget workshop on July 9th then?
That's what we're,
That's what
Okay, because it wasn't on the agenda for tonight, so that's why I'm inquiring. Okay,
I recommend.
okay.
I mean, the grunt work of putting your budget together is essentially.
Okay.
Specific. I think we can do it.
and we have a very, for the most part, straightforward budget this year. We don't have any big projects that are going on. So budget-wise, it's pretty simple budget.
So then you're stating too that July 23rd, we still have the option of a third budget workshop if it's needed. Is that what you stated?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
I mean, put it minimum.
Okay,
Me,
okay.
we build it in regular meetings.
So you're saying for July 23rd, it would be part of the regular meeting? Okay, great. So we have budget discussion within that meeting for the agenda. Thank you.
Any questions for Matt? Okay. Matt, thank you. Okay, any other portions that the council would like to discuss?
We want to discuss whether we want to neutral rate seating for the hearing. My feeling was I would tend to like to go ahead and go through that process and to give us that flexibility.
I think we should. That would
Okay.
be my recommendation, so that we go through the
I would agree.
residential rate notification process, notifying the county that we could possibly exceed. That's what we did last year. And we can always come down. So it does give us flexibility in case something comes up right at the end and we need to change things. We don't foresee that right now. We really feel that we can stay revenue neutral, not increase that, but I think it's the responsible thing to do. It's, say that
Want to
we're
make
going
sure
to
we are all on the same page with that.
Last year, was it that we would not exceed?
Last year we ended up with 3.6. I think we said 7.
Not exceed.
Yeah, that we would not. What was it, Matt?
36.
Well, that's what ours
But-
is now, but what did we,
No, that we wouldn't. I think
what
it
was the
like
revenue neutral rate?
What did we
would
put
not
in for the
exceed?
notification? I think it was 3 higher.
I think it was
I think
as
it
well.
2 or 3
I think it was 3.
with no intent of.
And if we are going to present that as a possibility, are we showing what we would be doing with that, or are we just using that solely as a placeholder and have no real inkling to actually do it?
Yes, correct. We have no intention of increasing. It's just a safeguard in case something unforeseen comes up in the budget. We don't lock ourselves into that revenue.
Unless we, Teresa, want to present something that would cause us.
Okay, well, I haven't seen enough to make me know where I would or wouldn't at this point.
There's not a lot of budget that's
There's
been
not a
presented.
lot of budget that's been presented.
Comparison,
This
so
is what we're starting with.
right,
Yeah,
I'm just saying
I
that,
realize that,
yeah,
but
I would have
No,
no
so-
idea what
No, what I was
what it would be
saying
for.
is if you have something that, okay, a few years ago, I received a lot of public input that we wanted 24/7 police protection. So what I went in with is I would like that expectation. I know it's going to cost something. Now, we were able to do it without raising the mill levy by other things, but something like that. If you
Okay,
have
well,
something that you would like Matt to look at.
well, I did, and I've brought it up before, and I'll bring it up again, is that I do feel like our non-police staff needs to have, we need to look at being more equitable on their retirement, additional retirement. I know a few years ago, we did it as, it's basically $1,200 for the year, but when we look at our police department getting 25% of their salary, I do think it's more equitable to those employees, as I have stated numerous times. Yeah, that's what it is, right? Well, it's, yeah, they're, like I said, we currently are doing that. It's $100 per month or per payroll. Per payroll, 2,600. Okay, so,
Around 20. Combined.
yes,
That's how.
yes, because it's different than the 457 where that's the employee's contribution. This was a city contribution. So, yes.
Staff does not have anything else.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. We're adjourning last time's meeting.
I move we adjourn.
Motion by Councilmember Hedstrom, second by Councilmember Brewer. All in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you.
Okay, so we need to plan to be here early for July.
I think July 9th we're here early.
Okay.
And then the 23rd.
During.
Okay. Welcome to the Kechi City Council meeting. Debbie, could you call roll, please?
Here. Here.
Here.
Here. This evening, I'm going to lead the invocation with a prayer for the 250th anniversary of our nation. It was written by Claire Henning from Catholic Conversations, and it's inspired by Isaiah 65:17-25. If you would like to join me, please rise for the invocation followed by the pledge. God of all nations, creator of every people, we come to you with grateful hearts. We thank you for this land we call home, for its beauty and its bounty, and for its abundant resources that have shaped and sustained us. We thank you, Lord, for this nation that we love, for the ideals upon which it was founded, and for the resilience that has carried it through times of trial and testing. We began as scattered colonies, holding to a vision of freedom and justice for all. Through struggle and prosperity, we have grown into a great nation. Yet today, Lord, we stand at a crossroads. What we have become is not all that we are called to be. Teach us to remember the guiding principles that first gave us life. Help us to live them faithfully in this moment before us. Teach us how to love our country as it deserves to be loved, not as better than others, but in solidarity with them, with humility, not pride, and with generosity, not comparison. You promise a new heaven and a new earth where sorrow fades and peace endures. Let that promise take root in us today. Where there is division, help us find connection. Where there is strife, help us find common ground. Where there is fear, plant trust in our hearts. Make us a people who build with care, who work with honest hands, who honor the dignity of every life. Make us a nation that listens, that serves, that seeks the good of all. When times feel uncertain, remind us of your vision of a world restored, a people renewed, and creation at peace. Strengthen us in faith, root us in hope, and guide us in love so that the United States of America may reflect your vision and goodness down through every generation. And my personal addition to this beautiful prayer in closing, may we, the city and people of Kechi, in agreement, desire to do the same in our community as one part of a greater whole, for his glory and purposes to be accomplished. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We will move on tonight to the approval of the agenda. Are there any additions to the agenda?
I have a question. So we need to change the adjournment then to a recess if we're going to have a workshop?
That is
Yeah,
correct.
if we decide,
Well-
from what I gathered, Mr. Lon said we could probably do it during the regular meeting.
I thought he said that was for the 23rd.
Oh, 23rd, okay.
Yes, not for
So-
the
Change
9th.
that to an adjournment.
Yes.
And then
To
my other
recess.
question
Recess for the 9th.
Yes.
Yeah.
is, will we be also having a special meeting or workshop for the Gov Guy? So,
Yeah, we haven't set the exact date for that,
so we'll just do a recess and determine that during, okay, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else with additions? Okay, I do have one addition. On number 10, we'll be adding B, e-bikes at Kechi Park. And we do have 2 executive sessions this evening. Okay, so everyone's aware. Other than that, I would entertain a motion for the approval of the agenda.
I move that we approve the agenda, adding item 10B, e-bikes at the Kechi Park, and changing 12 to recess.
Second?
Motion by Councilmember Moreland, second by Councilmember Brewer. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. Moving on to the approval of the consent agenda. Is there any item that a council member wants to pull from the consent agenda?
I have some discussion I would like on the May 14th minutes, so if we could move that to, I guess, new business off the consent agenda.
That's fine. To 9G. Do we need a motion to move it to there? Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to communications.
Well,
Oh,
I
sorry.
move that we approve
Oh,
the
we do need a
consent
motion.
agenda.
Oh.
Moving May 14th minutes to 9G.
Second?
Motion by Councilmember Moreland, second by Councilmember Hedstrom. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. Moving on to communications. Do we have Kechi civic groups or committees here that would like to speak this evening? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to community announcements, employee recognition.
Mayor and Council, tonight I want to recognize one of our employees who has achieved the certification as a certified municipal clerk. Chris, you want to come up? This year, Chris received her certification and credentialing as a certified municipal clerk. Tell us just a little bit about the program. It was multi-year, right?
Yeah, it took me.
Yeah, about 2 years. A lot of time, testing that's gone into this, and the culmination of all that hard work and effort that she put in earned her the title of a certified municipal clerk. Many cities our size do not have certified municipal clerks, so we are super excited that she has received this designation and very proud of her for all her hard work. So with that, I present her this plaque.
Congratulations, Chris. Great job. Thank you. Okay, community announcements this evening. On Thursdays, the place to be is at the Kechi Farmers Market from 4 to 6:30 p.m. The location is at the Kechi United Methodist Church parking lot. Come shop local, eat local, and connect with locals. The brush site is open on the second Saturday of each month. The next date is July 11th from 8 to noon. I encourage you to keep an eye on the Friends of Kechi Park Facebook page for upcoming events. To support the new Kechi Park Playground project, you can give online or at City Hall to help donate towards the cost of this community project. Plus, you can sign up to volunteer with the community build scheduled for November 10 to 15 of this year. The City of Kechi has posted the city's fireworks rules, which are in effect from June 27th through July 5th. For details, please visit the city's website or the Facebook page. And finally, the Kechi Arts Council is sponsoring an art supply and entertainment donation drive for the month of July for the Wichita Children's Home. Drop off your donation at the box in Jumpstart. And I have a list here. Their wish list includes acrylic paint and paintbrushes, canvas, crayons, markers, coloring books, sketch pads, journals, yarn, Legos and other building sets, science or other educational kits, activity passes such as bowling, skating, movies, museums, sports, events, portable radios, earbuds, noise-canceling headsets, and any other arts or entertainment supplies that you may desire to donate, and they ask that all items be new items. Council, do you have any community announcements? Okay, moving on. I don't think there's any previous public comments to address. I don't have anything. Council, do you have anything? City Administrator Jensby?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Debbie, do we have anyone signed up for public comment this evening? Cheryl, welcome. Please just state your name and your address, and you have 5 minutes.
Cheryl Hobson, 622 North Shawnee Circle. Wanted to address the Huffman Drive issue. And I mean, I get it that, you know, we want to be very friendly towards our industrial partners out there. And even on Huffman Drive, you know, our businesses. I was under the impression before the last meeting that it was going to be paid for 70-30. I don't think that's what happened. I just feel like as a citizen, if I was to have to be in that kind of situation where there would be, and I have been, a problem with my property, and the council and city administration could have taken some moves to help me and my neighbors. It came down to being 100% on me and my neighbor. So there's never been any mercy for the citizens. And I certainly hope that in the future, that if we do have community members, residents that need assistance, need help, that we look at them in the same light that we're looking at, you know, the IRBs that we give out, the Huffman Drive situation. If that's going to be the norm. I would hate to think that we are a community of only, you know, being kind to our businesses and those neighbors when our residents here also need the same. And you might be in that same predicament someday. That maybe that we give them the same support. So if 100% is what we're going to do for our business residents, then I would expect to see some 100% for our residents as well in the future. That's it. Thank you.
Council, would anyone like to respond?
I believe I know what you're referring to. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Just to kind of fill council in on what Cheryl is referring to, and I appreciate her because I had not thought of it in that light. Back in 2016, we had a major flood going through Kechi, and Cheryl and the neighbor to her west both had significant water on their property, and it was deemed that it was the floodway behind, well, several of the properties there. And when the neighborhood got together and met with, they had a neighborhood meeting and they presented information to council. Council did not respond. It was actually a response from the city administrator at the time that it was a personal property problem even though it was found that much of the silting in of the floodway and the flood reserve happened from farmland. And the response from the city was, that's fine, each one of you can take care of it on your own, but if you go together as a group, then you then have to have the city engineers involved as well as pay for everything out of pocket. So that is kind of a little bit of the history of what she's referring to. I don't want, I mean, so that it, and that was a different council, different city administrator, but I think even though, and it's been 10 years ago, but there was significant work that each property owner, that several property owners did out of pocket to try to remedy that after that was the response from the governing body at the time.
Any additional comment from council? Okay, thank you. Debbie, do we have anyone else? No one else? Okay. I will close public comment and we will move on to staff reports. First up, Thomas Bevan, Public Works. Wait, I can rotate. Hey, I can do that.
It's fine. So council, you have before you my report for the last month. Most of it's a lot of same repetitive stuff, mowing, weed eating, things of that nature. We did it, however, start painting fire hydrants, starting to turn water and gas valves for our yearly maintenance with that plan that we have. We've also started painting storm drains to get those up for stormwater compliance. Things of various natures. Had quite a few meetings this last month over different things. I did meet with USDI. Next council meeting looks like it's going to be a cram-packed council. We will have Tyler Enlow in here from USDI going over their findings for the future gas supply for the city of Kechi, kind of what they would recommend, some cost involved in what, the avenues that we take. So he will be in here next council meeting on July 9th, I believe is that council meeting.
It is.
So we've had numerous days of unloading park equipment. For some reason, that stuff just kept coming and kept coming and kept coming. We had to rent a couple skid steers because ours would not lift it. So that kind of made at least one driver unhappy. But we did get that removed. It is placed. There is a camera over there. It is active 24/7. It notifies us on my phone, on the on-call phone, if anybody is messing with that stuff. It also is to where we can voice through a voice control to let people know if we think they're too close. But it is notifying us, so that little deal that's up there, the template that says you are being watched if you're over there. We currently don't have it in 360 mode. We just have it stationed right on the equipment, but if we need to. So we did put that up. We kind of met with the needs of the future of public works, where we're going as a city with public works in our design on buildings and things of that nature, storage, kind of with the budget stuff and coming up with that. Met with the mayor of the 254 corridor project, overpass it, Rock Road, what that would look like, overpass it, potentially Webb and Greenwich, the funding, if it comes in 2030, if it doesn't. We always say that's a long ways down the road, but then you turn around and, I've been here 17 years now. So seems like yesterday. Time just keeps going. Things keep happening. Me and Chris met with Johnson County, with MABCD, with other municipalities throughout the state over House Bill 2588. I was told that they were trying to pass that if they did try to pass that, the governor was going to veto it. What that is a statewide ran licensing for contractors. to where any roofer could come in and get a license from the state. A city would then get on a website that was ran by the state to figure out whether that person was licensed or not. You'd also have to get on there to figure out whether, you know, they had been disbarred or whether that license had been pulled. So there was lots of questions to go over. I think the feeling when we came out of that was that most jurisdictions would like to keep that under their own umbrella. They want to know who's coming into their cities, who's doing the work, who's doing the background checks, who's doing the background, you know, of who those people are and who they're hiring. So we'll see where that goes. You know, as we know, elections are coming up, so
Right.
We'll see what happens with that. I know we meet again next time in August. I think August 17th in Johnson County this time. So it was a pretty hot topic. Derby was not for it. MBCD was not for it. Johnson County wasn't for it. KCK was not for it. So yeah, and then we'll meet in person. It was interesting to know because I didn't even know that bill was out there. But you know, things that came up in that was if you had a contractor who was in, you know, doing a roof and not doing it correctly and you made them stop, how would you know, you know, what that 30-day grace period is, or when can they come back and finish it, and did you stop them in the middle of the work? You know, so somebody has their roof completely tore off, and why it's in litigation for 30 days, that homeowner basically is essentially sitting there without anything on their roof or siding on, you know, is what it could end up. So I think we came out of that with most municipalities and most jurisdictions not wanting that. There was some other thoughts on that pertaining to data centers and that such thing. I know that's a big topic right now, that if the state sent those licenses, how would local jurisdictions know what's being built in close to their vicinities? So that also came up in that discussion. It's a legitimate, you know, concern, I believe. I think we would want to know as residents of Kechi and council members of Kechi if something like that was to happen. I have been hearing a lot about that lately. Kind of went over another bill, more pertaining to zoning than it did to me, about ADUs and stuff like that and that nature. I think that one did pass.
It did.
So looking into that and, you know, how we design our zoning with ADUs and what's required in our city, you know, to develop those, I'm not for or against. I don't really, that's not my deal. I just look to make sure that it's put in properly. So lots of meetings that we've had recently. Like I said, we have a lot going on. In the process of hiring 2 new employees. Hopefully they'll start July 13th. Unfortunately, this morning I was informed that I lost a longtime employee. Vern Tripp gave his notice. July 13th will be his last day. He's going to do what he needs, you know, that he thinks is best for him. Significant wage increase for him. I'm happy for him. Like I told him, I hold no grudges. You come here, I train you. If you leave and find something better, good for you. You know, I'll train you while you're here and give you the things that you need. And if you find something better, and like I told him, if he finds out the grass ain't greener over there and he wants to come back, the door's always open. You know, he should be able to come back and, like riding a bike, pick it up pretty quick. So just up for the rest of us to step up. I've actually reached out to Earl to see maybe if he wants to come back a third day. He didn't sound so happy about that, but we'll see. His wife might decide to send him back. I don't know. So other than that, we've replaced quite a few signs. We've had lots of stormy weather. I've drove the dirt roads. Our dirt roads seem to be holding up quite nicely compared to some of the videos I've seen of other dirt roads. I mean, I guess you can't even get to Oklahoma right now. The turnpike that shut down, you know, I went 35 south, so they seem to be holding up quite nicely. We've brought a couple loads of rock out there in certain places, but other than that, I think Malachi's been doing a good job with that as he's learning that machine. So other than that, I did hear about a post, might as well say it, about flags. I was not here on that Friday. The guys got wrapped up in other things and forgot to put the flags up. That was the first thing that Vern said to me when I came in on Monday is, "I'm sorry, did you see the Facebook post?" And I said, "No, I did not. I don't do Facebook." So if you want to reach me, there's an email to reach me. It's not Instagram, it's not Facebook, it's not Snapchat or whatever. I don't do any of that stuff. So, or come find me, knock on the door. I'll answer. Mayor reached out, kind of asked why we used to put up a lot more flags than we used to. Part of that is because we've replaced almost every electric pole downtown. So all of our old holders are gone with those poles. We currently haven't put up new holders. We're kind of waiting to see if, whether that went underground, whether we kept the poles where they were originally, because we did have that come up, if they needed to be moved or whatever. The other thing to that is you cannot climb a pole with a ladder unless it is secured to that pole. That is a violation. We used to do it in the past that way. We were explaining that we were not to do that anymore. So now we either have to get a lift truck or a boom to set those up. Currently we have on order 70 flag holders to go up. Now that we know that these poles are here to stay. So we will be putting those up next week. So you'll probably see about 100 to 120 flags going back up now that the downtown area is hopefully done.
Phase 1 anyway.
And my father-in-law was gracious enough to donate a lift truck that the guys can drive up to and roll over and put those up. He's kind of patriotic himself. He makes sure that I put his flag up for sure every time. And if I don't do it, he makes sure he puts his up. But did a final walkthrough on Turtle Creek. The asphalt and stuff on that turned out really well. The grading, they came back and did some stormwater stuff on it to get it back into compliance. Grass is growing in nicely. I've actually had the developer reach out. I look for them to start putting foundations in soon over there. So I think they're in a pretty big hurry to get over there and start getting things in. So hopefully we'll start seeing that happening soon. Any other questions? Hopefully I got over everything. If not.
Council, do you have any questions for Thomas? I have one clarification I would like to ask you. Starting repainting the fire hydrants, where are you starting to repaint? There's been no public announcement about a change with the fire hydrants, so I'm just wondering where you're doing fire hydrants at this time.
So we've started out of town.
Okay.
Kind of doing the main fire hydrants coming in because those are usually the ones you flush first. So like towards 53rd and Rock on our main line. So it's kind of out there in no man's land. I like them to start on fire hydrants that people don't see. So hopefully by the time they get in town, kind of expertise, their craft of painting. I don't think I got a bunch of guys in here that can do Rembrandts and Picassos, but maybe, they got some underlying talent that I don't know about. But that's where they're starting.
Okay.
I think they've only done 3 or 4.
Okay.
Because they have to wait for that initial, once they scrub it down.
Right.
That initial paint and then second paint. It's a little while to paint a fire hydrant. Probably what others.
It does. Yeah. Yeah, just the reason I asked this question, I'll just let everyone know. The Kechi Arts Council is in charge of the painting of fire hydrants, and that Arts Council made a decision to only focus on the Arts and Business District for painted fire hydrants going forward. All other fire hydrants have been turned back over to Public Works. If they determine a fire hydrant needs to be repaired, restored, they will paint it back to traditional color, just so that the public is aware. It was a great project in 2020. Nobody has the bandwidth to continue the maintenance and care of, there's 105 fire hydrants in the core of the city of Kechi. So thank you very much for that, Thomas.
Are residents still allowed to repaint there if they want to?
I have no problem. If you have one that's next to your house and you want to repaint it, you're doing the coating. I gave, kind of the paint you should use and how you should do that.
Yes.
Without painting the gaskets and the bonnets and things of that.
Yes.
Stay away from
Yes.
I think I said
we can put that.
And a YouTube video maybe.
Yeah, we can. I'll put out a notice about that specifically because there is a very specific paint It's only available by the gallon, which was actually the recommended for fire hydrants. What got used before wasn't completely recommended for fire hydrants, the longevity. So I can put that out that the change has been made and that anyone else in town that has a fire hydrant that they desire to repaint on their property, they can contact Thomas directly.
Yeah, I mean, the county fire department, all the 7-7s up there who normally respond around the Bel Air, they know that they've been painted, they know that we have that program. They were the ones that originally.
Correct.
From the national standard code, just no black.
Can't be a dark color, has to be bright. Yes. Yes. Yep. Yep. Thank you, Thomas. Next up is Kechi Police Department.
Mayor and Council, Police Chief is on vacation, so he's not here to give his report. His report you have in your packet there. I will comment on the cops and robbers, little play on words there. Police Department is putting together a car show for July 25th. It has really taken off. There's a ton of interest on it. They have received several large donations. Or was it the front desk when one came in the other day for? So, community's really excited about getting something going, and
Thank you. Next up is Dustin, Zoning, IT, Stormwater, and Code Enforcement. Welcome, Dustin.
Thank you. All right, zoning, planning commission heard a variance in June. It passed with no issues. No cases are scheduled for July, but the planning commission should vote in July to have a public hearing and vote on amendments to the regulations. We have a vote, and we'll move on. IT, 3 new laptops have been delivered and set up. Came in just this week on Tuesday. Stormwater, I've attempted twice to get water samples. Attempted to get water samples twice this year. Up north on 69th Street, creek hardly ever fills up. Water just soaks up all the water. There's a little bit of water on there Tuesday or Wednesday or Monday. Hardly any water. One down south, there's a lot of water, but it doesn't flow. I think somebody on some property to the south has personal backs up. Code enforcement contacted the property owner at 60th Hillside, cut the grass in the ditch. They did that very quickly. I was pleasantly surprised.
I guess I have a question on the creek not running. Is that something that we are potentially concerned about?
Not right now.
Because
It's contained, it's not flowing or anything. It seems to stay at the same level.
okay, because I'm just thinking of it, like I said, and I know I've already referenced it earlier, but when the creek backed up and actually took out the the culvert over 61st Street, and then the damage that was caused at the other fork of it over by F and H that is still blocked off because of the damage to their parking lot because the creek goes underneath it. And I know we've had a lot of rain recently, and hopefully, I mean, that if it hasn't with that, I guess it's not an issue, but could it be a potential flooding issue if we did have a severe rain not flowing the way it's supposed to?
I would think that there's a possibility that that's just.
So, okay.
But common sense, there could be an issue. ADHD, election wise. Did collect water on 60 by last year. Light that showed up. I think
Well,
Okay.
I guess, like I said, I'm looking at it more from a potential drainage issue, not, I mean, I don't want the E. coli, I'm really not a fan of that, but, is there something that we need to do to be proactive so that if in case we do have one of those, I know that we had 2 500-year floods within 2 weeks of each other. And what would be the potential harm that would be caused to our Kechi residents? And I know that it's been many years ago when something like this happened in Wichita, and Wichita was found liable for the flooding to the properties. So I just want to think proactively if some, and it might be that it's not dammed up, but you said those words. And so is there something we need to do to look into that if that is going to affect properties in our area? Okay.
Thomas would like to give his input. Thank you.
Yes, you were.
When that culvert got opened up, street washed out, they actually put in green, expanded that culvert through there, goes back in, it
Okay.
caused that to us putting culverts in there. Original one was 2 culverts, yeah.
Okay.
So opened that up there. When I was with, I did stormwater for the city, Rena Cottrell did bring up the fact that those had been dammed off, one no wind. Went back and put that GIS, those have been dammed up.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
So,
That's
they
a
weren't
while.
too much of a concern
Okay.
then, so I wouldn't say they're much.
Okay.
But with 310.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, does anyone else have anything for Dustin? Okay. Thanks, Dustin. Moving on to City Administration. City Administrator Jensby.
Mayor and Council, you have my report in front of you there. In the essence of time, I'll just kind of hit a couple highlights of it. Of course, under administration and staffing, City Treasurer, Deputy City got her certification. Super proud of her for that. The Public Works Department is currently looking to fill 2 positions that they have open. Been diligently working on that. I think, Thomas, you made a couple offers in the pre-employment phase of that. We had our workshop tonight for technology and communications. Our sound system is up and running here. The problem that we had with it was they had a default setting on it. So when system off, default mode, and there was no sound. So they got that fixed. Running now.
Can I ask a question on that? Sure. So is that the same sound system that would be for the streaming? Okay, because I had a report earlier today that they still cannot hear on
Oh, no.
the Facebook streaming.
I was told by somebody earlier tonight as well, podium mic, that they can't.
Okay.
But everybody else.
Okay.
Okay.
So.
As I was up there,
Okay. Okay. I just, because I know
Technology.
the last meeting that I didn't attend, I tried to listen to online and could not hear a thing. So, thank you.
The under development and infrastructure Turtle Creek project is complete. We went through the punch list on that. Minor as far as grading, water things, some curbs, but for all intents and purposes, that project is done. And I will answer any questions that you might have.
Council, do you have any questions? I have just a couple. I didn't look. We came in through the back. Is the city sign up now?
It wasn't yesterday.
Yeah, it's not installed. It should be installed by next Tuesday. They got out here and did additional power. So there's an electrician coming
Okay.
out. We had to get an electrician coming out. He's going to run some additional wire out there.
Okay. Yeah. And then the other question I had is you had mentioned, I believe it was last meeting, that the audit, no, maybe it was this 2 meetings ago. The audit report was expected to be completed by now.
Yeah, our auditor's still working on it.
Okay.
There were a few things we changed in it. Well, not changed. doing a little differently. So Matt Lawn and the auditor
Okay,
back in.
great. Thank you for that update. Okay, Chris or Debbie, would you guys like to share? I miss this one.
Matt's going to.
Okay.
I guess I'm going to. I don't even know what your report said. You had requested a quick update
Yes.
from their conference.
Thank you for doing this.
Yeah, that they attended in Reno a month or so ago, and some of the highlights were it provided them with a global perspective. They say it was increasingly exciting to connect, interact with different countries, realizing that international communities struggle with the exact same. Smarter minute taking. They were introduced to AI-driven transcription software. We too have been looking at that as the thing of the future. As you know, we've talked about this before, taking minutes, not just here at the meetings, but it takes a copious. It's a very labor-intensive process. As our city grows, as our meetings start to get longer, as the amount of information presented continues to come in, it increases the time that we have to spend on those minutes. So new technology is always good. Site security and compliance. They took classes on how to safely use AI without risking public data privacy. It's interesting because we had our bond rating call this week, and that is one of the questions we asked in the bond rating. Be using AI for type of financial duties or anything like that. AI is the wave of the future, like with it. Very well thought out as to what is being used. Workplace wellness. They attended sessions focused on stress management, burnout prevention, and maintaining mental clarity. Learning these self-care strategies ensures that our staff stays healthy, resilient, and fully energized to serve our community. And earning certifications. The hours from these workshops count directly towards professional clerk certification, bringing the best industry standards back to our small city. Instead of trying to reinvent the wheel on our own, we were able to learn directly from cities worldwide already using these tools and wellness strategies successfully. They are excited to bring back to the city.
Thank you so much for putting this report together.
Those conferences, I know sometimes people look at them and they're like, my goodness, we spent how much on sending employees to conferences or training, but they are just absolutely valuable. So many times we get stuck in any industry, not just here in any industry. We get stuck in our own little world and we forget what's going on outside of us, around us. Being engaged in that and seeing other perspectives and things like that is so valuable.
So I do have a question on that because I'm guessing you guys still do the IIMC training with Wichita State University, and you go in November and then in April for that?
November's her clerk school. I haven't been going.
And then the one in Manhattan? Isn't that where
Yes,
the
that's the
spring one
finance
is? Well, no, not the finance one. The IIMC does the spring
Oh, the
conference.
spring?
So do we,
Here. This one
Okay.
was with IIM.
well, is it, those are affiliated with IIMC through through WSU.
Yeah, this one was too. It was
So-
all
so
same
it-
people.
Okay, so it was the same ones doing it, but just in Reno.
And with different,
It was an international.
yeah.
Well, that's what IIMC is.
But our
So,
local ones
okay.
here,
But the
we
local
don't
ones
have,
are
we
not
only have
international.
Kansas.
Okay, so they offer different offerings that the
Yes.
ones in Kansas don't offer.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other council comment or questions? Okay. We will move on to unfinished business. Playground project update, City Administrator Jensby.
Mayor and Council, I don't have anything new right now. Trying to figure out part of what we're doing with the playground. Forcing we can put back on that application
Okay, we're going to be moving on to K254 update. I'm going to do a presentation for everyone. I think it's really important that the governing body understands what's happening with K254. Thank you very much. Hopefully it will. Oh, that will let me advance it? Okay. Do we happen to have a laser light thing? Okay. I'll try to make this work. Okay. Do I just click it on the fat part or the flat part? Which part do I click?
Probably the left.
Wherever?
Turn the mouse around.
Like you'd be using it.
Yes.
Okay.
So roll the ball faces forward.
Thank
Click on
you.
the left side of it.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so this is the K254 Rock Web Greenwich Interchange Study and Proposal. KDOT's focus is that safety is their number one priority. And as I had shared before with the first two mayor letter that was approved by council to send to KDOT, Mayor Jim Banaj of Bel Air and myself added an additional request to the project. Would they consider urbanization for future growth and development of our cities? And KDOT told both of us at the open house recently on June 4th that they have never received a two-mayor, two-city letter before, and to have two mayors from two cities come together and that we have agreed upon what we would like to see happen to the corridor. KDOT is giving high priority and a heavy weight to the two-mayor letter. And so I'm going to share with you where we're at, what's been proposed, and we'll seek the approval of the next two-mayor letter to go forward. Okay, see if I can do this right. Oh, great. Okay. Because this project does have a significant impact on unincorporated Sedgwick County, so there's actually three players in this. It's Sedgwick County, Bel Air, and Kechi. I really, really want everyone to understand what is being proposed by KDOT. As I said, the main focus is safety, and we were told from the beginning that they would only choose one road for a highway overpass interchange, and other decisions would have to be made about the other two roads involved in this corridor. There is a high level of significant car accidents and injuries and some fatalities that have occurred on this stretch of the highway. Jump down. The last meeting was the 4th of June at Northeast Magnet High School. Again, that we were told that the two mayors were given high priority because no one's done this. Okay, so at the June 4th meeting, unfortunately, I'm not really sure exactly what happened, but I ended up being the only Kechi city representative at that meeting. There was a stakeholder meeting prior to the public open house. I did learn that Thomas did not get information about the stakeholder meeting, which I have now corrected that with K254 corridor so that he will know when stakeholder meetings are occurring in the future. I spent the full 3.5 hours because I really needed to understand what was happening and the impacts of the decisions that were being made. So I spent time talking with Sedgwick County Public Works Director and County Engineer Lynn Packer to hear the Sedgwick County perspective. I talked with KDOT engineers and JP Wilson and Company engineering representatives, other elected officials that were at the meeting, local business owners who had a lot to say, and members of the public, including Kechi residents who live on both sides of the highway and will be impacted by the decision made at Rock Road. Plus, I asked countless questions until I finally understood the full scope of the project and the impact that these decisions are going to have on the three entities involved, and the knowledge that after final approval of this fall of the proposed concept that will go forward, the project goes directly into design. That's already funded, and their hope is to have project approval funding, and construction is targeted to begin fiscal year 2030. Because City Administrator Jensby was out of town following this open house, I contacted Thomas and Chris were willing to meet with me on June 9th so we could discuss the project at length and I could get their perspective from the city side on decisions that were being made. I really appreciate all of the input that they gave me as well. So I'm going to give you the overview and then we're going to look at the pictures of what this looks like. Now, what you're going to see is only what has been decided. There was more options available, but I'm going to describe what we chose and why we've chosen it. So I learned from Lynn Packer that Greenwich Road is a designated north-south rural road and it's paved over multiple counties. I don't know how many people knew that. I didn't know that. Sedgwick County does not desire the north-south traffic flow to be interrupted. However, Webb is only a 1-mile detour access to reconnect with Greenwich north-southbound, which is acceptable to KDOT. They have a 1-mile rule, and I'll talk more about that. Also, a request is being made to KDOT to please acquire the right-of-way at Greenwich now, because that's not what we chose for the overpass, for a future overpass interchange. And that was suggested to us to make that request. Conceptual design takes into consideration enough offset to the east on Greenwich for a future overpass to occur there because Webb and Greenwich are 1 mile apart, and that's not acceptable to KDOT for 2 overpasses to be that close together. Webb Road is designated an urban north-south road by KDOT, south of K254, obviously not north. It's a gravel road north once you cross over. And it is therefore the focus of urbanization for the corridor. Additionally, Webb is utilized for Bel Air students who attend Circle School District. There's a lot of traffic daily at Webb and 254. Backage roads need to be established for Webb overpass interchange. 53rd is already identified, most likely for Bel Air, and it is undetermined at this time where Kechi's backage road would be between Rock and Webb. Tigua is identified as a frontage road between Rock and Woodlawn Overpass interchange with realignment proposed for Tigua, and we'll look at that. All roadway improvements will be paid for through KDOT. If there are any backage roads or frontage roads that KDOT puts in that do not currently exist, they will pay to put them in, and then that governing entity will then take over the road after construction is completed and be responsible for the care and maintenance of the road going forward. Okay, so if you're not familiar with the diverging diamond interchange, we all know what a conventional diamond interchange is. That's what we deal with now. KDOT has now identified that diverging diamond interchange is their preference for safety because there are only 14 conflict points instead of 26 for a traditional diamond interchange. Just keep that in mind because we're going to see what it looks like at Webb, and it's a lot. Okay, so these were the 2 options that we had at Rock Road. Alternative 1 was an overpass. There is no access to K254 with the Rock overpass. As you can see, Tigua is being realigned, and KDOT would be responsible for realigning all that, taking care of the right-of-way, acquiring. What this does, if you're on Tigua, you can know where it is because at Rock Road, as you drive down by the Kansas Highway Patrol, you can see where the road was originally finished. But the section between Rock and the Kansas Highway Patrol doesn't look like the rest of the road. So they would be widening it and realigning it to match Tigua, and that would become a designated frontage road between Rock and Woodlawn. Alternative number 2 was a right in, right out only. That meant you could turn right if you were heading south on Rock onto 254, or you could turn right to go east on 254 if you're coming north on Rock Road. K254 would be closed north-south, and that would mean if alternative 2 was chosen, all traffic from Rock Road and all the neighborhoods that are built like Rock Point and then Canoes Addition, all of that would have to be put onto Woodlawn, because there would be no access to the highway at that point. So we have chosen the overpass as our recommendation. Okay, here is what the DDI at Webb Road would look like. If you'll look, it is offset from where Webb Road currently is. They did this for two reasons. The first is if you look closely at this picture, there are houses north of K254. There's all acreage properties right there. They would have taken out every house to put in the DDI at Webb Road if it aligned with Webb Road. So number one, they tried to save all the houses. But number two, putting Webb slightly to the west, they're working on making the distance between Webb Road and Greenwich more than a mile so that a future interchange overpass can be considered for Greenwich. I hope I said that right. Webb to Greenwich, yes. It's very significant. There's a lot of right-of-way that would happen here, but this is the proposal, and obviously Webb would get paved a bit north, and there's actually significant frontage roads that get added in for those property owners to still access their properties. Okay, so this is a restricted crossing U-turn, which is being proposed for Greenwich. This is just a way that traffic could make a U-turn to go back the other direction. So I did not care to leave the R-cut in. There's some other parts with Greenwich, but Bel Air wanted it left in, and I said I didn't have a problem leaving it in, and KDOT could make the decision they wanted to make. It's just an interesting way to turn around on the highway. Okay, so this is just to show you really quickly from what's being presented. Alternative A for the DDI at Webb Road is a $42 million project, and there's almost 50 acres of right-of-way that would have to be purchased by KDOT for how it has been presented. And then for Rock Road, the overpass is a $7 million project with the need to acquire 2.33 acres. And the improvements at Greenwich are Alternative A, which is an eastern R-cut with offset right turn lanes and right in, right out with acceleration lanes, a $4 million project. And there's 1.3 acres involved there, but this is where our request is for additional right-of-way to be purchased during this project for a future interchange overpass at Greenwich. So I wanted to show you the map of the whole thing, and I can't point everything out to you. So 53rd is the Backage Road, which is where Amazon and Wichita's Edge Sports Complex, that's 53rd. That's the current designated Backage Road for Bel Air. It may change, it may not, probably not. And then we could potentially have 69th as a Backage Road. That is, except for along Canoes, most of that is in Sedgwick County. They are considering another Backage Road halfway up in that acreage area because KDOT, they require that they have a frontage or Backage Road when they do a major interchange project like this. So I just kind of wanted you to see the whole thing. So here is the proposal. Everything that's blue, is paid for by KDOT in the project. It shows the overpass at Rock. It shows the realignment of Tigua, and it shows, it's a better picture showing all the right-of-way space as well as the DDI at Webb. So this is actually what Greenwich would look like. There is the ability for a eastbound traffic to make a safe left-hand turn north on Greenwich, or a westbound vehicle to make a safe left-hand turn south to Greenwich. Where it's got the little grid in it, that would be the closure of the north-south crossing of Greenwich. And the R-cut is off to the right of where a truck could do a right-hand turn to get on, but they want to head westbound, they could go up and do the arc cut to turn around and go the other direction. So these are the 3 that we're proposing. So here it is. I had to piece 2 of their pictures together to give you the idea of what it would look like. They actually had it on paper this way at the open house, but this shows what the 3 crossings would look like if this is what the final proposal is that goes through. It is what is supported by hopefully both cities. Bel Air has approved the letter to go forward, and it was our best. We felt like it was the best option, especially having an overpass for rock, because otherwise Kechi would actually be cut off if we didn't have that overpass, and we would overload Woodlawn to try to handle all that traffic. This enables the traffic to continue moving north and south on rock and gives people another way to get south. One of the other things that we have asked for is that walking and bike paths are included in these overpasses, indicating too that students would be able to walk to Northeast Magnet if that's their high school, and they would have a safe way to get across the highway. Okay, any questions? Any input? Have you had a chance to read the letter?
Yes, I read the letter.
Yeah, any questions? Go right ahead.
I appreciate all the information, being able to see what is being proposed. I do agree that having traffic cut off at Rock Road would be very, very frustrating for our Rock Point, as well as the Canoes addition, that increased traffic, knowing that 69th Street is a dirt road and more people are going to avoid a dirt road in favor of paved roads. I'm one of them. So I do see where that would be very useful. I like the idea of the walking and biking paths because, like I said, with Northeast Magnet being right there, I would see that could be very beneficial because I know that's where most of those residents are going to go to school.
We also did indicate in the letter that, it could also end up being a safe path to Isley. Bel Air has been working on some additional sidewalks and such on their side, and so there is the potential in the future that it could also become a safe route, even because Isley has been changed to a K-8 as of this year. So there are some older students there. So
I was going to say that on the Greenwich Road improvements, I know we don't tend to see those type of turn lanes here locally. However, I know that going to my daughter's house in Missouri, we see them quite frequently. And they do allow for, like I said, still having access to both directions, north, south, east, or west, all 4 directions, with, like I said, the less chance for oncoming traffic, confusion, because I don't know how many people still don't understand how stop signs work, but yeah. So,
and one other thing with the Greenwich choice, there is industrial business landowners that aren't pleased that Greenwich isn't the likely proposed interchange overpass at this time. One of the things with KDOT is that it's not developed yet. It's still mostly all just raw land. So KDOT's usually not going to pick undeveloped land to put the major overpass interchange in at this time. And so that's why we tried to pick the best possible option. And the reason we picked this one too is because this is the easiest one for an expansion into an interchange overpass. And because there's no development to the east of it either, there is a possibility that part of the right-of-way purchase could be towards the east, so that could also be an offset interchange overpass, which would give the over a mile to meet KDOT's criteria of being able to have 2 interchange overpasses. If this all goes through with the urbanization, I mean, safety is number one still for everything. But with the addition of the urbanization request, if this all goes through, this will open up the corridor for development and future growth for both cities. Any questions? Okay. Is everybody comfortable with the letter?
I'm fine with the letter, and they ask, what's the difference between the first letter and the second letter?
So this is actually giving our choices and why we...
So like a follow-up.
Yes. So the first one was the request to consider urbanization. So this request is actually letting them know as two cities, we are agreeing on these choices for these roads for this project, and this is what we would like to see presented in the fall with the final presentation. If everyone's good with the letter, I just need a motion to approve it to be signed and sent.
Make a motion to approve the letter to be signed and be sent.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Brewer, second by Councilmember Hedstrom. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. Thank you, everyone, for that. Really appreciate it. Okay, moving on to new business. Note sale resolution, Huffman Drive and Kechi Road widening. City Administrator Jensby.
Mayor and Council, the item before you is the resolution that authorizes the sale temporary funding for the Huffman Drive and First Street project. With this resolution, a competitive public sale will be held on Thursday, July 9th, sometime in the afternoon, and then those bids will be presented to sold that.
Any questions, Council?
So this is combining, so at the last meeting, there was the Huffman Road project for $800,000, and the 61st Street project was $350,000. So why is it only $980,000?
Because those authorizing ordinances generally want to, how can I put it? Those are like not to exceed numbers. But this has been, now that we have the actual cost of these projects, and financial advisor Piper Sandler has looked at all those and put the cost efficient notes, they've sized it size. The issue, of course, you run into if you cut too far back on those authorizing ordinances, out that you're over.
Okay.
That's why. And the only other thing I want to point out,
No,
please ask your questions, is after we submitted this resolution to the city for the packets, Piper Sandler requested that we move the time of the bids from 9 a.m. So the resolution I brought with me, don't have a copy of it. The only change would be that reference a little bit more document. But otherwise, everything else.
I just, and so the 980,000 is the max not to exceed on both projects put together, even though those amounts were different than what we saw.
That is correct.
And we don't have, do we have a breakdown on where those changes were, or?
We do have the estimated numbers from Piper Sandler.
So I guess my question more is, did the project costs change from what was presented at the last council meeting?
The project costs, we don't necessarily know what the all-inclusive cost is. We have like Piper one. So when we do an authorized, it's always got some additional amount.
Okay, I guess I was not asking my question the right way. So the Huffman Drive project, we said that project would be $800,000 based on the bid from Andale Concrete.
Mm-hmm.
And then the projected cost on the 61st Street project for the road widening was $350,000. So were those the cost of construction and engineering and inspection?
So
The-
the Huffman bid was 600 and something thousand.
Okay.
Yeah, the actual bid that then we got a bid, I think we had originally estimated on 61st Street, 350, but I think we got a bid for
Okay.
300.
We did.
Right.
Okay, I just, in the minutes and in the last meeting's packet, the Huffman Road was reported at $800,000.
And
That's why I was asking.
and that's the not to exceed estimate that we
But
put in the
it-
ordinance because we don't necessarily know at that time
Okay,
what exactly the cost will be.
and so
It's turned out to be less than we
it's,
said.
okay, that's where I was not sure where the difference was coming from. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, council? Okay, I would entertain a motion.
I move we approve resolution 26-800 with the change to 9 a.m. on July 9th for the meeting and authorize the mayor to sign.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Hedstrom, second by Councilmember Baldridge. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. Moving on to PEC Huffman Drive contract. City Administrator Jensby.
Mayor and Council, the item before you is for Huffman Drive. It is for materials testing and inspection for that project because of the nature of the roller compacted concrete, which is the system that they are using to construct that road. There is not a need like there would be with a traditional project to have engineering costs. The reason for that is because Dale Construction is the construction company region does roller concrete, therefore they have all the standards. So PEC said it really doesn't make sense for us to charge you for engineering when they hold all the engineering. So what they recommended, so we receive a good finished product, is inspection while they are constructing the road, testing of the materials down to specs. So that is what this agreement attached to this agenda. The inspection and materials testing for that project. These costs for this service were figured into the amounts that were provided.
Council, any questions?
So Andale creates their own specifications, and PEC just says that they are meeting their own specifications. It's not any, that they just
They
do,
do not build the road to engineer specs.
they create the specs that they
have
are
the
building
specs.
it to.
So
Okay.
part of this process, I mean, in very layman terms, they come in and they grind up the road in place. They put the material back down. They inject a concrete slurry into it, and then they form the road with roller compacted concrete right back over that road. So the roadway itself is not changing trajectory or slope or anything. Going back on the exact same existing place that the current road.
And what is the projected lifespan of this road?
Same as concrete.
Okay.
Is there a warranty from the company for this?
Thank you. That was my question.
Any other questions, council? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion then.
Make a motion to approve PEC agreement for Huffman Drive as presented and authorize the mayor to sign.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Brewer, second by Councilmember Baldridge. All in favor? Motion passes 4-0. Moving on to CU-2022-01, 2026-01, Kimberly Rader, request for accessory dwelling. Dustin. Oh, absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Planning Commission heard the case on May 12th, 2026. CU 2026-01, Kimberly Rader, conditional use to allow an accessory dwelling for property zoned as an R1 single-family residential district. It is located approximately 890 feet north Sky Road on the east side of Sioux Street, or 256 North Sioux Street. The proposed use is a single-family residential with accessory dwelling. Planning Commission approved with additional conditions. They voted 7-0 on the case. Background: the applicant is requesting a conditional use to have an accessory dwelling. Property is generally located north of Sky Road. The applicant currently has a bi-level house, and due to illness, the applicant requires a more level house for ease of mobility. Does not want to give up her home as a result. The applicant is planning on using a destination trailer, having it placed in her backyard. The applicant wants something movable rather than built. I'll give some more information on that below. Section 1037, PCI zoning regulations state, accessory dwelling shall be limited to one structure per lot and allowed only in conjunction with a detached single-family residential structure. Shall be compatible with the immediate neighborhood, constructed with the same or equal siding exterior material as a principal structure. Shall be limited to a size of 50% principal structure's gross floor area. Shall be subject to applicable lot coverage, setback, and off-street parking requirements. Accessory apartments or dwellings may be served by an independent utility connection, subject to the applicable City of Kechi building code. The red here is one of the conditions made. It may not be rented as an independent residential. 2, shall be maintained under the same ownership as the principal structure and shall not be subdivided as an individual lot or condominium unit. Deed restriction stating such shall be filed with the Register of Deeds. Accessory dwelling is defined.
Can I stop you there, please? Are we not following the procedural outline? No, don't we usually follow the procedural outline? Where the, I know, I understand that, but, and I'm just, because in the past, we usually called the agenda item, established quorum, protest petitions, ex parte communications, and then did the zoning administrator's report as part of number 5. And so that's where I was just confused as to whether, because this was in our agenda packet, do we not start with that?
Am I out of order? It could be. This is my first time doing this one.
Okay.
Do you want me to go ahead and do all that
Okay.
before, and then you can start again?
No, I'll let you go ahead and start. I just,
Okay.
every,
My apologies.
No, that's fine. I know that this is your first time through these. I've done a few of them
Yes.
in my,
Thank you.
so normally we start because, and I know we have a quorum, but if a quorum wasn't present, we wouldn't even.
I mean, if you want him to
I don't
pause, I
know.
can just go through these.
Well,
and
I'm
we can
just-
pick back up again. We'll just do that. I'm sorry. Time out.
Okay,
My apologies, everyone. First time.
so,
Okay. I call agenda item 9C, a consideration of case number CU-2026-01, a request to allow an accessory dwelling on the property in the R1 single-family residential district, zoning district. Okay. Before we proceed, would any member of the City Council wish to abstain from voting on this agenda item due to conflict of interest, bias, or any other reason?
no.
Okay. Let the record show that there are no abstentions and that a quorum of 4 council members is present. As a reminder, a valid protest accounts for petitions from the owners of 20% or more of the property being rezoned, or 20% or more of the property within the official notification area, has the city clerk determined a valid protest for this case? Council members should report the general nature of any verbal or written ex parte communication received prior to this meeting. However, it is not necessary to disclose the name of the party. Does any member of the council wish to report ex parte communication?
Yes.
Yes, I do. We all received an email.
And I have had comments from one resident.
I received an email only.
Okay. So it's known that everyone received an email and one had communication from someone in the community. The Planning Commission held the public hearing for this case on 5/12/2026. Has the council received a summary of the public hearing found in an unapproved meeting minutes?
No. I have not received minutes of that meeting unapproved.
I don't have any minutes.
While he's looking that up, on the last section about ex parte communications, you don't need to reveal who it was that you spoke with, but we should get a summary of
I think we all received the same.
We all received the same email.
It was somebody bothered by how this was proceeding and was not in favor of it. Had questions.
Including a picture.
Yes. And the person that I spoke to just had questions.
Okay.
Was not in favor or against, just questions.
Oh, thank you. I'm ready to scroll if you are. That we can finish.
I am too, I just don't want to.
Yeah, we're good, I think.
Good.
So was, okay, so it says 6-0 in the minutes, and in our, it says 7-0. Was there somebody absent or? No, so if you go back to where you were just a minute ago. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. I was like, no, it says it right there. I get it. Okay, thank you.
Is everyone good with the unapproved minutes?
Yes.
Okay, now we can move on. I apologize, Dustin. Zoning Administrator's Report. I'm calling on Zoning Administrator Dustin Belton to present the case report, background information, and the Planning Commission's recommendation. Please continue to proceed, Dustin.
All right, accessory dwelling is defined in the Kechi zoning regulation. Residential unit that is accessory to a single-family residential primary use on the same lot. An accessory dwelling exists independently and is detached from all structures. Residential design manufactured home is defined in the Kechi zoning regulations as manufactured homes defined by Kansas statute with a minimum of 22 width placed on permanent foundation, pitched roof, siding, and roofing materials on site built homes, and that comply with the architectural and code. The property is zoned as R1 single-family residential district, developed and used as a single-family residential. Approval of this request would allow the applicant to have an accessory dwelling that is suitable for her multi-family home. The property was developed in 1988, not platted. There have been no other zoning action on the property. Adjacent zoning and land use to the north, south, west are one and used as a family. Public services, Sioux Street is a paved local collector road with curbs. Public services are available and provided to the property. Conformance to plans and policies. Section 5.7.8.1 Kechi zoning state recreational vehicle utility trailer parking and storage. Temporary parking and permanent or semi-permanent storage of recreational or utility trailers shall be allowed for single-family residential primary uses as follows. 1. Such vehicles shall not be used as permanent living quarters. Temporary lodging shall be allowed for periods up to 15 consecutive days, not to exceed a total of 30 days per calendar. Federal guidelines and laws require the city to make reasonable accommodations for zoning and code compliance. A resident has a disability. Planning Commission and City Council must determine the accommodations are reasonable while still maintaining legitimate zoning and requirements. Public input and neighborhood character are not considered. Planning Commission and City Council can still consider code compliance, other zoning. Planning Commission and Council are not required to approve the exact request. Other option reasonable under the circumstances. For example, permanent code compliance preferable to a temporary. Recommendation based on the information available prior to the public hearing, planning staff recommends that the request be approved subject to the following conditions. The accessory dwelling must comply with the standards of 1037. Development and maintenance of the site shall be in accordance with site plan. If the zoning administrator finds that there is a violation of any of the conditions, additional use may be made. In addition to enforcing other remedies, may declare that ones in red by Planning Commission, trailer shall be dropped on a hard paved surface. 5 shall be hooked to public utilities as seen by city guidelines. 6 must have hitch removed, skirting, and installation in place on the trailer. 7 accessory dwelling shall not be rented. 8 trailer shall be removed from the property should the owner no longer use the accessory. 9 tie downs shall be installed. This recommendation is based on the following findings. Zoning uses, character of the neighborhood are not applicable. Consistency with comprehensive plan. Request for a conditional use is in conformance with 2014. 3. Sioux Street is a paved collector road with curbs. Public utilities are served to the property and surrounding properties. Staff do not anticipate an increase in public. 4. Subject site is currently zoned as R1 family, which permits an accessory approval. Property is approximately 10,527 square feet. Maximum lot coverage is 35. Primary residence, proposed accessory dwelling, approximate lot coverage, approximately. The property is not vacant and developed with single-family residence in 1988. 6. Staff does not see an issue with R1 single-family residential district developed and used for family with an accessory dwelling adjacent to other R1. 7. Staff does not anticipate that approval of the request will have negative impact on the property. Approval of this application is not anticipated to have significant detrimental impacts to health, safety, or welfare. Denial of this application could represent a loss of use of property. 9, not applicable. Here we have aerial maps, zoning. Here's the property. Zoning showing the tan color of R1, all adjacent to the property. Future development plan map showing the area as good for housing. Accessory dwelling. This is the picture of what was sent to me of what the trailer is going to look like. Layout view of the inside of the trailer. Site photos. We have north of the subject property facing east. South of the subject property, west of the subject. Update as of 6/24/26. A trailer has been placed on the property in the backyard without approval. It appears to be larger than indicated at the beginning. You can see this one here has 2 windows in the front, which is much larger than one window in the front. Close-up picture showing the propane tanks here. Showing the back of the trailer a little bit. That is the end of the report.
Does council have any questions for the zoning administrator?
I have just a zoning question. Like where you read up here where it says our current zoning, when it says that temporary lodging is only allowed for 15 days or a total of 30 days in a calendar year, is that just anywhere on someone's property?
That's in the trailer.
Oh, just a trailer.
Yeah, like
Just in the
a,
trailer.
Okay.
Let's say you have family that comes in, they're driving a mobile home or
Right.
whatever. They can park it in front of your street.
Okay. Okay.
or if you're,
Just need to clarify.
or if you're having work done on your kitchen, and, I mean, and I will say that we personally have taken advantage of that when we had to have family in town. What is the size of the current shed that was there and the size of the or the trailer?
I have the applicant.
Okay, because, okay. Well, I just know, and the reason I'm asking is because I know that there's also requirements for how much, or maximum, not maximum lot coverage, maximum size of accessory buildings. And
50% primary.
no, because in my neighborhood, it's 720 square feet. If I have anything, I can't put up anything on my property over 720 square feet without a conditional use. Storage buildings only, not okay. Okay, thank you. So I withdraw my question.
Council, do you have any other questions for zoning administrator?
I don't at this time, but I probably.
I think we'll have some significant discussion after the applicants shares. Okay, that's what we'll plan to do. Thank you, Dustin. We may call you back up later.
Mhm.
Council, do you have any questions for the applicant? I actually have some questions. What is the plan for hooking to utilities, sewer, water, and electricity?
When I was here last time, the city, pardon me, my MS, I get excited, I start to slur, I'm not drunk. The city.
The Planning Commission?
The Planning Commission.
Yes.
They said I need to call Sedgwick County to talk about, sewer.
You'd have to talk to the city of Kechi.
What's it say in the minutes? I think in the minutes it tell me to contact Sedgwick.
You'd have to contact the city of Kechi. You're inside the city.
Well, they were part of it, so, I can work with them. And Dustin said that they wouldn't be, basically, you just need the money for me to be able to hook into these things.
So what is your actual plan for hooking into utilities? What are you planning to do with sewer? What are you planning to do with water? And what are you planning to do for electricity?
Electricity, I have an electrician that's gonna put a pole, which is what we said.
Okay.
Because I can't tap into my home.
Okay.
And with water, I can tap into the home, use my own services.
Okay.
And when it comes to, the sewer itself, it's self-contained, so the sewer, it has a container where it can be taken out and discarded. And also have companies that can come and pump it out as well. I think you were here for the meeting. And so if I need to get with the city of Kechi for a sewage, I can do that as well.
Is that even possible?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a little bit of concern with that when it comes to public safety.
In what way? Meaning the sewage, you mean?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, making sure that, yeah, I'm not sure how that can be connected to the sewer directly.
Which is why they suggested that I make a call to Sedgwick County. If you look at the minutes, I don't have the minutes on it. They brought it up. They said you would have to get with Sedgwick County because you can't just dispose it anywhere. So I contacted Sedgwick County, and they said, no, well, he called Dustin, I think, didn't he? Or did, well, Sedgwick County, I got with Sedgwick County and said, hey, do I need to put a new sewer or a smaller sewer, or how do I get this working? Get rid of this? They said, well, it has to go through the city of Kechi. Because from my last meeting here, from my understanding, they brought up the fact that I had to get with the county to deal with this.
They,
No.
I remember MABCD did call, but they said that the person who called was asking for a lagoon or a septic tank on the property. And the size of the lot does not require a septic.
No,
It's,
So
yeah,
they,
it's hooked to sewer.
it'd have to be.
that's it, be hooked to sewer. So apologies for any misunderstanding, because
Yeah.
on the notes that from what we had before, that's what they brought up.
Yeah, that would be entirely decided by the city of Kechi. Yeah, okay. I have a question. So with an ADA and your limited mobility issues, in an RV, it's usually 1 to 2 steps up. So what are you planning to do for entrance and exit?
Those steps fold in, so when it comes off of the actual axles, whatever the thing is that's sitting on, I won't need the steps anymore. It'll be on the ground, level with the concrete. The picture where you see the steps, they fold in. So I don't need them on. But then again, let's be honest. I'm not here because I'm not saying I can't never walk up steps. I'm saying that I have to go up or down steps, 7 up, 7 down each time. So these 3 steps on this thing is a much safer option for me than what I'm living with right now. And if I'm in there and everything's on the main level, from my washer, dryer, bedroom, you name it, kitchen, I think we're good.
So does this trailer meet ADA
It does.
compliance?
It does.
So are we required to have ADA certification for the trailer legally?
No.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that's what they tell me.
Okay.
Mayor, could I ask a question?
Sure.
On the city's behalf? So
Yes.
you had said that that Westar is gonna drop a pole in your backyard?
No, not Westar. From what the last meeting.
Or Evergy, I mean, I'm sorry, I
No.
still call them
So I
Westar.
was told prior to, because I've been dealing with this in February. There's so many different things that come up, and I trying to keep on track with this stuff. It's not as simple as you think. Yeah, I meet with you. You go in the went in 3 different publications. I had to meet with one group, meet with you guys, meet with Dustin. It adds up pretty quickly. So basically, from what I was told, I could hire my own electrician as long as it met to code, and he had to approve it for them to put a pole for me to be able to.
Sub panel?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Sub panel.
My question was my clarification was, is that there'll be separate electric service, because if there's separate electric service, there has to be an address assigned to that location, which would create dual address.
Right.
You're not getting another meter, you're getting a sub panel.
Correct.
Okay.
It's going to tap.
Thanks for
Correct.
clarification.
So it's just gonna run from the house?
Yes, to a pole.
To the pole. Okay.
Got a
So-
ton of rain, so where it's at is not where it's gonna be. Having it stored for a minute till I can get the concrete, that's fine, but. Doing this for months. And I've fallen so many times.
Does anyone have any additional questions for the applicant?
And what were the other options you looked at? Because I know people have done garage remodels, and that would fit a lot better than this.
I've looked at that. One of the things, the reason, you mean from the front of my house? So the reason why we chose not to do that is because it had to be closed off, and that would then also affect the neighborhood as far as the aesthetics of it all. So when we looked for it, right, because I'm not going to.
Well, I know that there's options to leave garage doors on so it still appears to be a garage, with it being blocked off from the inside so that it is not usable. I mean, the track's removed.
Yeah, I'm just going to share, because I'm curious about other reasonable accommodations that could be made. So my mother lives with us. My mother lived with us in the state that we moved from, and we did a complete garage conversion for her apartment in our former house. We chose to leave the garage door, so we didn't change the look of the neighborhood, but there's many people that take the garage door out and create a new wall, door, window. It's just part of a house that you can, and it's actually very easy conversion to do that. Even at your house, you could easily convert the garage and put in a bathroom, put in what you need. So I guess I'm a little bit confused why versus having a trailer. Because in the future, if your family decided they wanted to convert it back, it's not a difficult conversion to go back to a garage. It really isn't. So I guess I'm confused a little bit as to why this is the only solution, and this is a trailer actually does not align with our regulations in having a trailer, and why there wasn't potential consideration to do a garage remodel, which makes a lot of sense to me. And the second thing is, or even putting an addition on the back of the house, that could have been done as well.
We spoke about all those things. It came down to the cost and the fact that when it's time to move, it will still be my home. If I don't get a chance to, if something happens and I can't live on my own anymore, it gets to be moved, or my family gets to keep the house. Everything is just done because it only matters for me. Nobody else in my home is dealing with any type of ADA issue. So this, and I came up with several different options. They talked about doing a tiny house, but it's going to cost a lot more. We talked about additions. It was going to cost a lot more and take a lot longer. So many times I got to fall down my steps before.
I understand the challenges. Did you price out a garage conversion for doing what you needed?
No, I priced out that because I needed something to be done right away.
Okay. I don't think the timeline for a garage conversion would be long. I mean, it's not a long process to be able to, get the permits and to get work done.
It may not be a long process, I understand. But when you speak about changing things or doing things that you needed to do for your mother, I don't know if you had time for that, but
We made temporary accommodations for my mom when we moved here, when we did the apartment in our house here. So.
However, because I happen to live in the city of Kechi, because I bought this house 30 years ago,
Absolutely.
Any of you guys. So right now I'm dealing with a medical challenge. Now Kechi gets to determine whether or not I can be in a safe place for me because it doesn't match what you guys think. I mean, we have other, like I said, we have other Class A's, we have other things available. I'm only asking to be able to stay in this one until I can do something different. They talked about it being 5 years, 10 years, whatever. I mean, I'm glad you were able to do that for your mother. But I don't really think that anyone here should be able to tell me how to safely accommodate my illness and the money I should be able to spend for this and how it's done. My second set of parents are carnival owners. They travel around the world. So you'd be surprised at how inexpensive and how this was for them to help me get to. And it was right away. It can go with me. I don't have to pack up. If something happens and I have to go, my family can remove it off the property. We're not talking about something where I got bells and whistles. I'm talking about where I'm just playing with you guys. I'm trying to get to a healthy place right now. And I just don't really feel like it should come down to people saying you should spend your money this way or that way. I need some options, and this is the fastest, quickest, safest option for me right now. Now, already it's going to cost me $3,000 to get the utility pole. It's going to cost me $6,000 to get the pad for this, which was not a part of the thing to begin with, because after we met the second time, they said, these are what we require, but the cost just kept going up and up and up and up, and this was pretty much already secured because that was the option.
We have to look at all the zoning regulations as well and offer what is a reasonable accommodation for the request. That's what we're talking about.
So the reasonable accommodation has to come down to can we remodel the garage, because that's not how ADA looks at it. ADA says I have to have some place I can go and I can be safe and I can do what I need to do. It doesn't say it has to be a garage. It doesn't say it has to be any of those things. And I don't think Keisha should be able to tell me to remodel my garage to get approval. That's all I'm saying.
I just think that what we're trying to say is that we do have zoning regulations and we have to apply them fairly and equally. And I know that when we start to consider not just your situation, but what happens when other people start to say, hey, you know what, I want to live in my RV on my property. I want somebody to have an RV as an accessory dwelling unit.
So because no one thought of it before I needed it.
No, it's been in our regulations.
It's already
It's
in our
not
regulations.
allowed.
No, what I'm saying is because nobody thought to say, can I live in my RV too, until I needed it for accommodation.
So, no, it's in our zoning regulations that people are allowed to stay in an RV, but there's limits on that.
Right.
And there's also just, I mean, for manufactured housing, and I can think of the property just here to that we had manufactured housing can be allowed with specific conditions. So had you wanted to put a manufactured home, if it met those conditions, yes, we can do that, but we have to look at what are the zoning regulations and can we enforce them consistently and equally.
So is the zoning regulations more about the aesthetics of it?
No.
Zoning wise,
It's just the rules.
The zoning commission already, zoning, whatever they were.
And they,
And they're an advisory board that makes a recommendation to the governing body, and the governing body makes decisions for the city.
so, and I will say that I have a significant concern with the sewer.
Me too.
Because I don't believe that these are necessarily designed to hook to city sewer. I don't know that.
Correct, I hate to say that, but the correct proper.
Yes, I mean, there is, but when you say, you know, having a truck come and clean it out, to me, that is not an acceptable solution when I consider the process of that.
But it also
on your
comes
neighbor.
out to where it can be dumped itself as well.
Well, it still has to go somewhere.
Yeah, which can be like, I was a trucker for years, which can be down here at the truck station, you can be down there at the next RV station. You can move this stuff anywhere.
Okay, let me ask a clarification on question on that. You just said it could be moved to be dumped. But what my understanding is according to the conditions that the Planning Commission put on there, it has to be permanently tied down in its location. So you said you were taking it off the trailer.
No, there's a clear bio container which comes off the trailer.
Oh, you're just taking the container. Thank you for clarification. That's why I asked. We also have ADU zoning regulations that are defined by the city of Kechi. So as an accessory dwelling unit, we have it defined what an ADU can be. So we have a regulation about trailers in the city. We also have a regulation about ADUs. So right now, this is in conflict with each of those regulations. Well, an ADU has specific size, how it has to be built, and it has to match your house, and it's hooked up to all your utilities. The trailer is a trailer still, and it doesn't meet our regulations of you can only live in it for 15 days. And then it has to be moved. Or
But if it's gonna be, if you're demanding I put it on permanent payment or pad or something, then I'm doing what they asked me to do. They have approval, they have no problem with it. Dustin, they have a problem with it, but I guess they have a problem with it because they saw this one. It's coming down. It's not as big as, not even as big as a. I need somewhere safe to be. So essentially, what you're saying is either take your time and build something that aligns with this. And in the meanwhile, you've already been doing this since February. Keep waiting, keep working, keep figuring out ways to get up and down your steps without hurting yourself. I guess I have a service dog. I guess she can drag me up the steps. Find out ways to do that because as of right now, it doesn't deal with the ADA aspect of it. Doesn't really deal with the help with the zoning part of it. I'm doing everything I need to be done, so I don't have to wait any longer. I just want to be done with all this.
we're trying to talk through this all.
I just want to be done with all this.
I get it.
And this is the quickest way, safest way, and the best way for me to get what I'm looking for me to get safe in my own, on our own property.
I hear what you're saying. There's also other reasonable accommodations that could be made. Your garage is like, there's zero entry. It's like, it's the same level as your driveway.
So basically what you're saying is Kim do the garage or nothing?
No, I didn't say that. I'm just saying that we can give reasonable accommodations of other options that would fit within our zoning regulations.
So, and where does that start? Reasonable accommodation? Do you guys just make a suggestion to me and I pick A, B, or C? I mean.
Well, the council will make it, after they deliberate, they will make a decision.
Whether or not I have to do it a certain way or.
Well, we make a decision on whether we are going to approve this request or deny this request. That's what we have to do.
Any other questions?
And
No, I just want to reiterate that it's not that we're not empathetic to your
Right.
situation. It's that we have to be consistent with the ordinances that we have in place, and our job is to make sure that we're consistent with that. So it's not a lack of caring or empathy. It's we have to follow the ordinances that we have in place.
Is there ever a situation where there's always a first time, or there's a reason to change something, there's a reason to alter something, there's a reason to do it a little bit differently? Does it always have to be the same way it's always been done? Can we consider that sometimes things need to be?
Well, I think that's one of the things the mayor has been suggesting is, a permanent structure of some type that could be considered, whether it's an addition to the house, a remodel of the garage, or something like that that would fit our ordinances.
Correct.
But again, I just reiterating, it's not that we're not empathetic to your personal physical situation. It's we have to be consistent with the ordinances that we have.
And like I told them before at the zoning committee, you were here as well, that to have something. The market has to be able to sustain what you do. If I put a big old mother-in-law's quarter in the back and look at all the houses that are on the block right now that have been on the market, sometimes they'll sell. You have to be able to be mindful of the fact that you want to be able to resell the property without having some additional issues as far as I would have got it, but it's a little bit more than your neighbor because you have this in the back. A little bit more than this because you have that. They don't have any comps to go on. You have to consider all those things.
yes,
Absolutely.
I mean, I just want to be able to pull it in, and when I'm gone, take it with me. I wasn't planning on spending as much money on a cement slab, but apparently I need one. I wasn't planning on spending as much money on electricity, but apparently I need to do that. And this would still get me out of. I'm not even standing there. It was brought here for people to see, which may have been my downfall. But that was the main reason why I showed them the picture, I showed them everything else. And then I don't come to these city meetings. I don't, and the reason why is over the years dealing with this city, it comes down to the faces that are up there. Some people are okay with certain things. Some people are okay with changing different things. I've seen city ordinances change in this place over the 31 years I've lived here, more than you would ever know. So I didn't think it was going to be a huge deal for me to say, listen, I need to do something. I want to live in this city. I want to stay in this city we're all so proud of. I don't want to go anywhere. My family doesn't want to go. But I may have to make some different choices because I can't live there anymore. How hard is that? I can't live there. I need a kitchen. I need more than a bathroom. I need a kitchen. My kitchen is upstairs. My laundry is downstairs. So I need everything on one main level. And sort of, why would I buy a trailer and put it on? It probably can't sustain that type of expense if it comes down. We have to sell it within the next few years because now I need the money to live in a nursing home. I don't know. To consider those things. You can't just say, Kim, do this, do that, extend it out, extend. You have to be able to still be able to be a positive scenario for the long run as well. If we go to be not affect the price, then affect the need to change or sell it.
Council, do you have any additional questions for the applicant?
No.
Do you have any additional questions for Dustin?
I still question, and I don't know if this is more Dustin or Thomas, the sewer ability, because from what I understand with our regulations, it has to connect to city sewer. Okay.
Right. Correct.
Underground water line or another connection. I mean, if it was an ADU, you would do it. If it was an ADU, you would tie the PVC, sewer straight to.
Mm.
Right.
That's
I appreciate everything that you've shared with us. Thank you for doing so. Okay, we will move on. So Andrew, because there's no public input, how do I?
Yeah, this is a little bit of an interesting scenario. So the state law requires the planning commission to have
Okay.
public hearing. But since we have this federal housing overlay over this case, that's the question. One of the big items from federal sources is while you should consider the ordinary zoning considerations, the golden factors we normally walk through. A couple of things you should not consider ordinarily would be the nature of the public input, nature of the neighborhood. So in that case, focus the code requirement.
Right.
In this case, since it's not even required by state law.
Right.
This time only.
Okay. Yes. I just wanted you to clarify for everyone. Thank you. So we'll move on to City Council deliberations. Assuming all necessary information has been received, Council has 3 options. Adopt the Planning Commission's recommendation of approval. Override the Planning Commission's recommendation of approval with a 2/3 majority vote of governing body membership, which is 4 votes. Return the case to the Planning Commission for further consideration, along with a statement reporting the basis of our failure to approve or deny. And there was no valid protest.
okay.
Does the council have any further questions or discussion on?
I do, and this goes more with procedure. Is this the point that we should actually go through those facts and findings and see if we agree with them in one-to-one? Okay.
Yeah, and I know council's had a history of walking through all those and saying for your, which is fine. And really what we're just trying to get at is have some discussion about
Okay.
Okay.
My greatest concern is unanswered questions regarding utilities, specifically sewer.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I'm agreeing, yes. And I think, like I said, there's, with all due respect on what you have been through and what you were trying to accomplish, I do think there would have been other reasonable accommodations that would have fit within the zoning regulations and still accomplished the same goal.
I agree. You can
Yeah.
build a whole apartment inside.
It
You
would
hook right
attach
into
to
the
the
house's
house.
sewer.
It's
You
already
would just
part of the
connect right
house.
in.
Because it's a separate build, it's a separate,
It's a separate, it's not designed as a house is designed. It's a trailer.
and quite honestly, had you done the garage conversion, you never would have had to step foot in this room to
No.
talk to us about it. You could have just gone and done it
You'd be
with,
done already.
you would still have had to come into the, and, file building plans and get the permits.
Right.
But that would have not involved us because that's just a remodel of your home, not an addition to the property. And I also do feel like there is some detrimental effects to nearby properties. And I also feel like it also sets a precedence that we have to consider whether we want to set that precedence
Yes,
for using.
I agree.
We don't allow mobile homes. And so to say we don't allow mobile homes, and I do know we have denied people those, and they went and did the manufactured homes that fit the roof structure, put down the footings, the concrete footings. I know we've had people do that. So to say is that something we want to do? And if we want to change our regulations to allow that, then we change our regulations first.
Mm-hmm. And I do think number 4, the suitability of the subject property for the uses to which has been restricted. It states that R1 single family residential district permits an accessory dwelling by conditional use approval. So it is an option to have an accessory dwelling unit which meets our city code that could be built on the property.
Well, so I think what they're saying is, for ADA purposes of reasonable accommodation, what they're saying is that there is a permissible structure that can be built under the city's zoning regulations for the same purposes. Residential design, manufactured permits under
Yep.
there, or some other kind of permit structure that meets the zoning regulations for matching that house and being hooked up to utilities and that kind of thing. That would serve the same accommodation as this trailer, which generally does not fit under the regulations. Yeah, and I'm not sure what the ADA advice that we got was. You know, look here, zoning piece.
So I have, there is the ADA stuff being on
that, right, right.
Yes.
So that's where I went with it. I was told, maybe you're wrong, and I was like, I don't think so. That, you know, if she wanted to follow her garage, we couldn't tell her. Maybe the utility fact that we have to allow that based on reasonable.
Correct.
So that's where my mind was really. How it lot sizes, you know, if they. There's stuff. This is kind of new for me too. So.
You could have done. Council, is there any additional discussion, deliberations? Do we want to begin talking about one of the options to choose?
Well, I'm just going to speak up because I don't think we have the utility issue, the compatibility. There's just so many
Yes.
things around this that it's going to be my recommendation that to deny the planning commission's recommendations. So does that need to be stated?
Would you bring it forward in a motion? The motion's there.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, so I make a motion to deny case CU-2026-01 per the planning commission's recommendation. And then
Overriding.
Or override, I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I didn't know if I had all the
Mm-hmm.
language right.
Yep.
Then do I need to state anything else?
Do we need to say anything else?
If you have a rash.
Yeah, I think the rationale is our discussion, but I don't know if you need that in the minutes. As far as utilities. My reason for denying would be my concern regarding utilities and compatibility with the existing home.
A second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Brewer and a second by Councilmember Moreland. All in favor?
Aye.
The denial passes 4-0. Okay, moving on to item D, bid approval, streets 2026 maintenance.
Mayor and Council, this agenda item covers street maintenance. It's part of our street maintenance plan. It actually really wraps up our street maintenance plan the last few years of roads that we brought up. It was built into the 2026 budget. It has came in a little higher than anticipated because of oil prices. Those additional costs of about $56,000 can be covered with fund balance. You have those in reserve, so we're not concerned about that. Thomas put this out for bid for repairs for mill and overlay to Matson, Baird, and Sunnydale Court. Originally, Anderson Street was included in this. Thomas inspected it. He not deteriorated like he had anticipated, and it is in good condition. It has been removed from this. But as I said, this will complete our major repairs bring all of our streets up to standards. We will now move into a maintenance after builds a building. So what you have before you are the three bids that were received. Pearson was the lowest bid. Thomas is comfortable with Pearson. We have done plenty of work with them over the years. They provide us with a good product, communicate well, and we have no.
Council, any questions? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion.
I move we approve the low bid from Pearson Construction, the amount not to exceed $205,060.50, and authorize the city administrator to sign.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Hedstrom, second by Councilmember Baldridge. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Before we leave that, Thomas, what's the next step for making sure, I mean, we had a pretty massive effort recovering all these roads the last 10, 15 years.
Yeah. Yes.
Right. Well, I'd like to, I'm thinking a little more longer term of 5 to 10 years from now. What's going to be our plan to keep this all from loading up again?
And I'm sorry, I was talking to Dustin, so I missed the first part of that question. What was your question?
Just what our plan is to keep this massive effort from happening again.
Absolutely. And
Like
Thomas and I
5 years from now, what's our mill and
Yeah,
overlay
Thomas
plan?
and I have talked about it. Currently, they're working on a current street maintenance plan.
Yeah.
So we will have that, and we can present that to council. It's going to be a plan that shows what streets are going to be, what condition they're in. They go by that phaser rating. And Thomas, what is the minimum phaser rating we have now?
So basically,
Yep.
potholes, alligators, bastards, others. Into every road except for Woodlawn. I know a lot of part of that is either massive or crossing.
Yeah. So I think it's good to understand and maybe point out again that, yes, we have spent significant money getting our streets up to where that was because of the maintenance.
Yes.
Streets are one of your most critical and largest pieces of infrastructure. Moving into this main save us a lot of money.
That's the whole basis of my question, is to keep us from getting in that situation again.
Yes. So we provide that needed maintenance to the roads, keep those from deteriorating, making cracks or seals, water is seeping down into the veins. Partial repair. So that's the phase we're moving into. Not gonna have to spend these big bucks.
Okay, bless you. Moving on to 9E, SB 418 update. City Mr. Jensby.
Mayor and council, I'm gonna let Andrew take this. We can both
Yeah,
chime in if we need to.
I'll start it. So, at the end of the last legislative session, late April, the legislature passed SB 418, which there's a lot of discussion about probably. And so, at the request of the mayor, appropriately, I want to give you kind of an overview of the main requirements of SB 418. Obviously, bills, but in my view, it really has two major components to it. This is zoning. The first is it creates this concept of something called by right housing zoning regulation. So it says if a developer comes to the city and requests to create a single-family development, and they make an application, that application for that single-family development complies with all zoning regulations on the base, complies with all platting and subdivision regulations on the base, talk about platting again in a second, has all the appropriate utility work done or dealt with as we normally, then the city is obligated to approve that application at an administrative level, less than 30 days, or within 60 days if it requires replatting, or 90 days if it requires replatting and has 40 or more homes. It is intended to try to streamline approval of single-family development. The important thing about that is it does not take away the ability of the city to regulate platting. And if you look at the city zoning regulations as they stand today, if someone were to come and ask to build single-family development stands and all that stuff was taken care of, that has to use variance, have to plat, or platting would be simple. They had all the utility stuff taken care of. There really wouldn't be a position under the zoning come in front of from a practical perspective, that component of this, I don't know, will have a huge city and process. That being said, because the way that the statute is written doesn't quite exactly match. We don't have like this process that it calls out for. As a matter of fact, the first time I was reading through the statute, as I'm looking at lots of our, what is this application? There's no application for this. And there's not one. Zoning regulations. So we are recommending that cities go through the process of putting in a by right housing process that goes through this, that matches that statutory rubric, just to be sure, even though I think you could comply with it current processes, just to make sure that in there and everybody knows, you happen to have this application that magically all these requirements that go through that process. Stop there for a second for questions.
Yeah.
Was the objective to speed up the process?
The objective is to speed up, and we're going to talk about a second component, which actually I'm sure will create a lot more discussion. The objective to this is to speed up the process, also eliminate discretionary terminations by planning on these developments that otherwise would be zoning regulations. So when I said each eye, this kind of thing, if it really met the definition, probably there are cities that say, well, you have to come, we're going to have to approve it, I don't know what, and then say, well, you have to have a 3-car garage and you have certain colors or whatever. That's not something really that you have ever done. This is intended to do that as well. So in your mind, what you should think about is for by right housing, it's got to meet the objective requirements of our regulations. They stand. It won't come to you. Basically, the kind of
That said, they have redefined what single family means.
Yeah, you're exactly right, and I'm going to move
Okay.
on to that in a second. I
Okay.
just wanted to try to,
Yeah.
which we can totally move into.
Yes.
So the bigger component of that, in my view, is they have defined what
Mm-hmm.
what they have said is single-family housing means not only traditional single-family houses, but also duplexes, townhomes. And so not only does this by right housing application apply if the development includes single-family or duplexes, homes up to 20 units. It's also said that notwithstanding zoning regulations, within any zoning classification,
That's right.
it's any kind of residential use whatsoever that single-family housing, duplexes, townhomes, and ADUs must be permitted
Yep.
as permitted uses subject to discretion. And so if you think about what does that mean extension-wise, that means all of your residential, those by right. Now, your objective requirements still have to be met. Building materials of the house for an ADU, for example, it's got to have certain square footage and the setbacks and all that. Those objective requirements still permitted to have. But to put it in front and it is designed to try to eliminate the ability of any commission. We don't like these here. Like these here, we want only single-family houses, not duplex. Again, still have to make sure utilities are available, paid for. Still have to make sure subdivision is done. But it does, in that case, our zoning regulations do have, across the state at this point, does have additional uses that apply to various areas. And so there does a thorough review of the regs that state law process.
Sorry.
Tell you a question.
When you're done.
The other thing to be careful about, it is any zoning classification of commercial residential. So your arts and business district.
That's right.
All of a sudden allows.
By right.
If you have a condition, if you have a commercial zone, one of the tricky ones. If you have a commercial zone, says it's commercial only, but permits residential, just as a whole classification, permits residential by conditional use. You can still say that because you're saying residential as a whole subject to use. But then as soon as you were to grant a conditional use at property for that zone, that I want a house on this, and so I need a condition to put it on the commercial property. If you were to grant that condition, now all of those are also permitted. They could put a duplex. So things to be
Terrible
careful.
legislation.
Some of the cities that really have run out ahead of this in the news, Goddard, what they are doing is long lists of objective. So they've got requirements that are haven't passed. It's been in the news. The Bush Area Builders Association. They put some owners regulations on there that are all objective or tend to be objective to regulate those used to because they discretionarily. I'll stop there for questions.
Go ahead. Okay, I have a few questions.
Yeah.
Obviously, I've been digging into this for a bit now. So the possibility that if you have an HOA, this may not apply to a residential neighborhood that is under an HOA.
Good question.
Because that's Northwoods. It's not fully developed out yet.
This only applies to the zoning regulations of the city.
Correct.
If the HOA has private covenants on the property that say you cannot build a duplex, then they can't build a duplex.
Correct.
We can't tell them they can't build a duplex. If they come in and ask us to zone it for that or ask the application, we'll have to grant the application. But the owners association and the neighbors may have a lawsuit against it.
Correct.
They'll get a court order to stop it. Two separate things.
Yes. So with the accessory dwelling unit, I just want everybody to understand that means any property that is residentially zoned or in C1 because we allow homes, anyone can now put an ADU if they have a single family home. Now, not Northwoods because that's an HOA, so it would be whether their HOA allowed it or not. But all other properties zoned residential in the city of Kechi could add an ADU if they so desire once this law goes into effect.
If they meet otherwise meet
The setbacks and the zoning regulations, which are pretty simple.
Correct.
Yeah. So I do have just a question. So say Snowbird Lane. It's I think it's zoned R2, if I can remember it. It was never developed back in the cul-de-sac there. So that means the owner of that property could come in and put in a by right application, and he could put townhomes on there, or he could put duplexes on there, because this law would impact that because it's already residentially zoned and ready to go, and so he could make that decision.
Right, as long as that didn't require a change to the zoning for whatever reason, it complied with zoning, complied with the subdivision platting, and the utilities were there.
Yeah. So I'll let you go. One more question. So I do know that there is something in there about changing the zoning on a property. Say it's ag, and they want to change it to residential. I'm not quite sure exactly how that impacts, because there is something about it's how it's zoned currently. So a question I have is if somebody, like say Cano's Edition, that was agriculture, it was annexed in, requested a change to R2 and end up in R1, but can someone buy land and change the zoning regulation and then apply for by right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now they have to come to the council.
The zoning.
Zoning.
Yes.
But yes. Now, forgive me, I'll have to look it up. I think they're residential.
Yes.
I just don't,
Yeah,
I
so-
didn't know if that was actually, that's one of the questions I have on this bill, which is now going to be law, is ag included in that?
If it permits a residential use, it's included.
Okay.
So, for example, if you had before that only permitted apartment. Now you'd have to let somebody build a family
Absolutely.
home or a duplex. I don't know.
Yep.
So when you say the objectives, so for instance, the lot size in an R1 zoning is different than an R1A and R2 type thing. So we could still enforce the lot sizes and the setbacks that are required there, which would then, like I said, as far as like a townhome goes, you can't put a 12-unit townhome on a single family lot.
Yeah.
So
if they're, you're exactly right. If you have lot size requirements, if you have coverage requirements, setback requirements,
those
will
are
still be enforced, even if in that particular circumstance that means that lot would.
Is there any portion of this that home rule applies?
It is a
Okay.
preemption. It's a
Okay.
preemption
Well, I just
law.
wanted to,
No home
I
rule.
just wanted to ask. I mean,
It's a good question. We all immediately asked it as soon as it
so
was passed.
One
So-
of the discussions that's come amongst cities is that this would have been okay legislation if it was for first-class cities only, but this applies to cities of every size across the entire state of Kansas.
okay. And really, the only thing we could have done to protect ourselves from some of this was to get ahead of it and
Yes.
change our zoning regulations first.
Mhm.
Is that,
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, you can still change your zoning regulations now. We can create all kinds of auditors do.
okay, so there's,
My understanding was it had to be done before July 1st.
Oh, goodness, no, we can change our zoning
okay,
regulations anytime.
that,
Okay.
so we,
No.
okay.
That's
'cause
not
the
my
way-
understanding.
That was,
It's not my understanding at all that we could change things so that we were protecting ourselves. It had to be done before the
that's
law
what,
went into
there was
effect.
something I had read that made me think about that I interpreted it
Okay.
that way as well, so that's
Yeah.
why I wanted to ask. So we can still protect ourselves, but we need to make sure that we are thoroughly going through and seeing how we are protecting ourselves to protect our neighborhoods and our character quality.
And so, we put this original version together, and I think it would make sense, talking through by right process to flip in here beside everyone else, is to go through, number one, rework the allowable uses client, but then I think there does need to be a discussion of, are there appropriate objective regulations uses would apply across the city that are thinking about, and you know, amending the zoning regulations sometime, you got to go through that whole process. But yeah, July 1 is not. We can do that. Now, of course, if somebody came in with a second, then have to go with what we had.
Right.
But yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. I guess that's one of my questions is the league put out the informational document that was shared with everyone. And they gave cities like a whole list of things that they should be doing leading up to July 1st. I guess my question is, why haven't we discussed this until now? Why weren't we beginning to have the discussion? Because many cities began having this discussion after it was discovered that the law was passed. And that's why I pushed really hard to make sure we had this meeting before July 1st, in case someone did happen to come in July 1st or 2nd and said, hey, I want to apply for by right housing for land. So question to you, City Administrator Gensby, why we haven't talked about this at all?
Yeah. Dustin and I have been talking, we've been in work groups talking about all cities in Sedgwick County get together roughly quarterly and discuss this, and most cities are kind of letting being take the lead on this, test the waters on some of these ordinances that they're writing. There's I wouldn't say a big push, but there's a consensus that everybody wants to wait to kind of see how have cities cities are the same. Some, there's consistency, so one city is consistent. So we've been aware of it for a long time. Attending the meetings, watching the process, what happens. There's no sense in reinventing the wheel. Other cities see how things play out. But like Andrew said, right now it's not affecting us today. We won't have any bingo.
I would also be concerned with the ones who are going right out ahead and very aggressive about what I don't want Kechi to be a lawsuit from the Builders Association, and so I have
That is the concern. They're taking a legal risk.
keep an eye on it.
Absolutely.
And to finish what I was saying is, like Andrew said, if we have something that comes up, applies, of course, we're going to follow it.
I guess my follow-up to that would be, I, as an elected official, would have liked to have been able to weigh in on that decision, because you and Dustin made the decision for the council by knowing this was happening and choosing not to inform us of what you knew was coming down the pike. So I would hope that in the future, when there are things that we can see, and I agree, I don't want to be the lawsuit, but I do want us to start to be able to say what are the things that we need to get ahead, especially when we've been hearing for quite some time that the zoning regulations, there are going to be amendments. Could we have incorporated some of those, knowing that that is a lengthy process, and that if those were being shared with the Planning Commission for consideration, that having that information sooner rather than later can be helpful.
Does any other council have any questions or comments that they desire on this topic? Okay, we still have several more agenda items. Council, do you need a 5-minute quick break? Or are you okay?
Okay, right.
Okay, then we will just keep going, just checking in. All right, moving on to, thank you, Andrew, I appreciate all your explanation. Moving on to the developers agreement for the Foreman Edition. City Administrator Jensby.
Mayor and Council, what you have before you is a developers agreement, the Foreman Edition, the home being built at Foreman. The proposed development agreement establishes the conditions associated with the approved plat for the Foreman Edition and addresses future dedication and construction of Foreman. So if Foreman is expanded and taken south, and Boom would be west with Oliver. This agreement provides the dedications for roadway. This was requested, if I understand it correctly, requested by the developer and not the.
Council, any questions? I'm going to ask them while they're looking. This property does not directly connect to Oliver. Are there any other adjoining properties that are considering an easement or developer's agreement to connect the road to Foreman Avenue at this time? Okay.
You need any motion?
I was just waiting to see if anybody had any questions. So yes, I would entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve Foreman Edition Developers Agreement as presented and authorize the mayor to sign.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Brewer, second by Councilmember Hedstrom. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. Okay, moving on to G, minutes. Councilmember Moreland, this was your request to pull.
Yes, on the minutes of the May 14th meeting, it said under the appointment of officers that I had made a motion to remove Chief Moore from the appointment list. I made no such motion. The motion that I made was to approve the mayor's appointment list. The mayor is who removed Chief Moore from the appointment list. I did not make that motion the way it is stated.
That is correct. I would agree that that is what happened.
We'll make note of that.
Okay. Bring those back at the next meeting. That would be great. Okay, moving on to council reports, discussion, and requests. First, we're going to talk about 10A, Park Board bylaws. The City of Kechi must follow policy, procedure, city ordinance, and city code. The mayor's duty is to take care of the ordinances of the city, that the ordinances of the city are complied with. The Park Board has not been operating under the governing body approved bylaws, and they must align. There's a few things I'm going to highlight in the bylaws that are from 2020. The board shall consist of regular members who are residents of the city. We currently have the liaison for Play by Design is no longer on the Park Board and is not a resident of the city. I had no problem allowing that person to continue in that role for the June build. But according to the bylaws, and now that it's not till November, I believe that we should have a transition of the liaison so that we have a Park Board member as the liaison to Play by Design. Secondly, it says that down under officers and operations, that the duties of the chairperson include but are not limited to publishing a notice and agenda for each upcoming meeting and presiding over such meetings, serving as a contact person with the mayor and director of public works or his or her designee, monitoring the board's expenses, attending city council meetings, or designating an alternate board member to attend such meetings as necessary, presenting board informational items and advice to the city council as necessary, and establishing board activities relating to the parks. I have no contact with the chairperson at this point, and I don't believe, Public Works Director, do you have direct contact with the chairperson according to the bylaws? Okay. And then it also states that the chairperson is also responsible for monitoring the board's expenses. I have not seen an expense report that has been shared with the Park Board or the City Council regarding the actions that they have been involved in. The Park Board did discuss changing some bylaws, but there was not agreement in the Park Board and nothing was ever brought before the council. So these are the bylaws that the Park Board should be under and operating. Under duties and responsibilities of the board, at the very bottom, it says the board will offer periodic advice regarding future park projects, seeking the advice and approval from the Director of Public Works or his or her designee. The board must first consult and cite the Kechi Master Park Plan and Kechi Annual Budget in its recommendations. The Kechi Master Park Plan will guide the Park Board. Unfortunately, that is not the process that they have gone through. Yes, we're moving on towards getting the playground replaced, but it is a concern that the bylaws have not been followed by the Park Board. I've also included in the packet that I gave you the two ordinances that have been approved by the governing body. The first one was ordinance number 1758-20, which was from 2020, and that was regarding membership term and compensation. And the second one is ordinance number 1846-25, which changed the time, and I think it was the time and date of the meeting for their regular meetings. Those are the only two ordinances, as well as the bylaws that have been approved by the governing body. And I've also given you Article 2 Park Board from the City Code. And on the back, 12-207 Conduct of business, it says the park board shall operate and conduct its business under bylaws or a similar framework approved by the governing body, and which may from time to time be amended by the governing body, and shall have such duties and authority as may be granted by the governing body. So the reason I brought this up for discussion is I'm asking the council to give instruction to the city administrator to communicate to the park board that these bylaws and the ordinances must be followed in operation as an advisory board. Council, are you willing to do so?
Is there a reason we haven't been operating under these bylaws?
Mayor and council, the park board has gone through revisions to their bylaws. The onset of the park board meeting, they started that process. Mayor, you were there as a citizen, provided a lot of objection to the bylaws that were being presented. There's some objection from the board, and those were tabled until things calmed down. Subsequently, the park project kicked off. So the park board just needs to and look at those. There has been no by staff or park members side of everything.
So I guess one of my concerns is that previously Thomas, as the Public Works Director, had been attending those meetings. And I know that I have not attended many, but I've attended several. And in those meetings, there was questions that were directly relevant to him, and he was not there to answer them. And I will also say that in hindsight, with what's happening with the bill being pushed back, had he been able to be involved in those meetings, as the bylaws that have been approved by both the council and the park board, some of those may have been avoided. And I respect that they didn't agree on the changes to the bylaws, but that meant they weren't in effect. And so they weren't operating under that. And I'm not saying malicious or otherwise, but I would say that is your responsibility to make sure that they are aware of what the bylaws are, or whoever, our liaison from the council, because we've had a council member on there since they were reenacted. And I did go through all the minutes, and yes, there was discussion. But I guess I still don't understand why they are not being advised to follow the current bylaws and not the ones that they wanted to change but didn't take action to change.
All I'm asking is for compliance and that you would instruct them that they're under these bylaws, and that's how they need to operate at this time. It's city code, it's city ordinance, and these are the bylaws that have been approved by the governing body. So I'm asking for you to comply with our city ordinance and our city code, and to instruct the park board, which is an advisory board, this is what the governing body has approved, and that you would please instruct them so that they can operate properly. Okay, moving on to e-bikes at the park. There was a citizen who shared their concern about e-bikes and were they allowed in the park. And so I did a little research, and so I wanted to share with you what I found out. So it doesn't really clearly address it in our city code for city parks. But when I did some research, in 2026, the state of Kansas explicitly classifies compliant electric-assisted bicycles, classes 1, 2, and 3, as bicycles. So their definition is that it must have 2 or 3 wheels, be fully operable, have fully operable pedals, and an electric motor of less than 750 watts. The source is from 2026 Kansas statutes, Article 15. I have also provided additional information. I included the Kansas statute, a copy of it. It does state that with this statute, home rule still exists and that individual cities are allowed to make their own rules if they would prefer. And then I also included Kansas Legislative Research Department document on this, explaining the Kansas law on bicycles, e-bikes, and e-scooter operation. And there is a few examples of home rule that was utilized in certain cities if an issue should arise. So all I wanted to do was just share information that in the state of Kansas, e-bikes are defined as a bicycle, and therefore the rules that we currently have in Kechi Park, they're compliant. I think the little mini motocross bike that might have been ridden last week probably wasn't. And it would just be the consideration if the council would like some education to be put out to the public to like be considerate of if you're riding your bike through the park, let a walker know you're passing on the left, or if that's something that the council would be interested in seeking some education to be done for the public, that e-bikes are considered bicycles in the state of Kansas. So informational for you all.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there any other requests, discussion, or any council reports that would like to be made this evening?
I want to follow up with our earlier conversation on the GovGuy presentation, because I know we were given the choice of 2 dates, and I just didn't know if, since one of them is coming up really quickly and the other one's coming up very quickly.
Don't have everybody's vote in, but it's.
Can we make a decision tonight?
Oh,
So
with Ty.
okay.
Okay.
I just wasn't sure. So with that, I guess when we make that determination, we'll just need to call a special meeting. Okay, thank you. At the last meeting that I was at, the May 14th meeting, I did request a budget worksheet with details, and it might have actually been at the April meeting. I didn't write down my dates. Is that something that we will be able to have and prior to a meeting so that we have a chance to look it over before coming to the next workshop? And I know that I'm a little old school on wanting things on paper. That's I take notes. I use it to help myself remember things. And every month, every meeting except for one, my packet has been single-sided, and I would really, really prefer double-sided. And I didn't know if there was a reason why we weren't doing double-sided. So I would appreciate it. I ask every time, and I know that it's, and I realize that I might be asking for something that everybody else doesn't, but I do find that it's very much better to make notes on and things like that. And my other request is I'm still waiting for business cards. Yes, with the wrong email address.
It had a wrong email address.
That was, so I would appreciate that. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else, council? Okay. We'll be moving on to executive session, and we have 2 executive sessions this evening for non-elected personnel.
Madam Mayor, I move we go into executive session per State Statute 7543-19B1. Subject to be discussed during the executive session is non-elected personnel. Justification for closing the meeting is discussion related to non-elected personnel matters. The time and place at which the open meeting shall resume is 10:10 in the City Council chamber.
I second.
Motion by Councilmember Hedstrom, second by Councilmember Moreland. All in favor?
Aye.
We are in executive session.
I thought we were moving to the council.
Are we going to the community room?
I thought we were going to the
I was
community
told
room.
it wasn't available this evening.
Let us know if we can help you with it.
Be out of there by now.
Used to. You want to get in line. I used to get yelled at. Here you go. The other day. Why you have to mow and weed and all that stuff, so that's overgrown, and you get it. Because like for you, like you're talking about, babies all grass. Right, and do that, it doesn't take. Weed, and like it doesn't. Because he didn't do the wires. Hey, when I was here, he was mowing Northwood too. He was trying to remove those trees. I was over. It is what it is. But the question is, though, in your zoning with that company, so let's say you put a limitation, what you've done is quarter acre. So it's five, go this way. Yeah, I understand. Well, it's not a different one. Just like they're gonna go. It was all I could. You know.
Are we at time yet? Oh, no, that.
Looking at your.
I'm sorry.
As we return to the regular meeting, I want to remind everyone that pursuant to Kansas Open Meeting statutes, no binding action was taken by the City Council while in executive session. I would seek a motion for a second executive session.
Madam Mayor, I move we go into executive session per state statute 754319B1. The subject to be discussed during the executive session is non-elected personnel. The justification for closing the meeting is discussion related to non-elected personnel matters, and the time and place at which the open meeting shall resume is 10:21.
Second. Motion by Councilmember Hedstrom, second by Councilmember Baldridge. All in favor?
Aye.
We are in executive session.
Conference?
A lot of other cities do. Filled it out, but public request.
Oh.
Filled it out. Signed it. Flood water. Spoiler. Part of the parking lot. I mean, it's a small pond out there. Good. Oh, yeah, started here. You're already? I've seen you 2 times since you. Wait, that forever. Keep going, closer to the
Thank goodness. And he's fine.
No, but it might do that.
Yeah. It's right here, just. Oh, I know.
Yeah.
It's like,
Get my mower and I'm out there and I'm, what is going on? 5 o'clock.
they're, I don't know if they're in the.
So that was the other thing. So they, the little, they're like,
As we return to the regular meeting, I want to remind everyone that pursuant to Kansas Open Meeting Statutes, no binding action was taken by the City Council while in executive session. Council, I would entertain a motion to recess for a workshop on July 9th at 6 p.m.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Hedstrom, second by Councilmember Baldridge. All in favor? We are in recess. Have a nice evening.